Yo, how's it going, everybody? How's it going? How's it going? Good evening. Ank with the 20-month resub. Thank you, Ank. I appreciate you. How you doing? Wise Wizard, Ellie, Zahori, Ozzy, Herky Dirt with the 65 watch streak, Rosie Glory, Aggravain, D-Rock, and have we got anyone else? I think that's everybody. Oh, Zach. I don't know if I got you already, Zach, but if not, I got you again. How are we all doing, everybody? How is everyone doing? Yeah, how's the heat for you, Herky? It's a little bit better here today, but it's still pretty warm. It's not quite as bad as last night. Last night was insufferable. That was stupid, humid. Hopefully it's a little bit better for you today as well. I think it might be like 60 humidity today, not 70. Oh, yeah, Zach, you're able to play again. That's good. Does that mean you're feeling a bit better? You've been able to get on D4. Nice. I was doing a bit of testing earlier, actually. I've been working on guides all day. I managed to get a 130 down on Poison Stinger. I changed the build around. Tried a similar build on Storm. It still isn't as strong. Poison Stinger is 100% stronger because of that bug. It just is. Wasn't as bad today. The aircon in the gym was terrible. Oh, was it? Oh, that sucks. Aircon should make it a lot better. Yeah, I don't have aircon, sadly. Still roughly the same, but being able to handle it more. Nice. So that's hopefully it just gets a bit better every day. That's the hope, isn't it? Right, plan for today. I was sort of unsure what I was going to do today. Honestly, I've just been working on guides all day and testing all this stuff. I'm actually going to test... Someone asked last night about Touch of Death. So I'm going to go and test that because, honestly, I think that's going to build quite similarly to Poison Stinger. I'm not expecting it to be as good, but there might be some subtle differences, but it'll be pretty similar. And if that's the case, it won't take me very long to test, and then I can write the guide up. And then beyond that, I've pretty much tested everything I would want to test. So then I probably am just going to work on guides, but we'll see how it goes. I think I've figured out, I've got a list here. I've only got the 2 Stinger builds like 98% done. I've got a few others nearly done. But I am kind of going ham. I'm covering the whole class. I've got 1, 2... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, at least 12 endgame guides to fully update still. And 3 leveling guides. There's a lot before next Tuesday. It's going to be busy. But we'll get there. It'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? Hey, Ganja, how's it going, dude? I'm good. How you doing? Your main problem is sleeping. I've been better with that recently, actually. I had a little nap before stream. And then I went for a nice cold shower because it is really cold. It's really hot and humid. And now we're here. But yeah, I was just working on guides all day. So yeah, going to test Touch of Death today. Nothing too crazy. Hopefully won't require too much time. And then, like I said, I really want to get this class covered much better than it was for the expansion in general, because I can now, I suppose. I've got a much better handle on how things are going to build for expansion, I think, for the next season. Yeah, Poison Stinger's looking strong. I mean, the fact that I did a 130 with non-GG gear. It was good gear, but non-GG. And no Mythic Seal. And no Transfigurations except the Coolian one. Definitely. And that's going to get buffed in... The way I've rebuilt it means it will get buffed in 3 places. And it will only take a nerf on the max resolve stacks. So that'll be minimal compared to the gains. And defensively, it should be okay. Because of the way I've built it. And I changed around the runes I use and stuff to be better. So, yeah, it should be pretty good. That'll go 140. I'm fairly certain Poison Stinger will go 140. Can I give you runes? I mean, you can. I'm not going to use them, though. Don't know if anyone will ask for them. Next season, we won't need runes to craft, really. You won't be crafting iconics with runes next season. What ethnicity am I, Holden? I am British. How are you, Holden? So you're more than welcome to give them to me, but they'll probably be wasted on me, honestly, Zach. Might be best to ask if anyone in chat once it gets going. Good answer. It's the true answer, Holden. That's the truth. I'm alright, turns out. Possibly spamming Karast or war plans and using that. Turns out possibly spamming Karast on war plans and using that for war plan reward XP will be fastest. Yeah, so you're talking about Undercity and the war plans, right? Ganja? I might do some leveling testing tomorrow. Yeah. You're asking people in Lower's chat. Yeah, he's probably got more people in there than me. He's been online longer than me. And I guess people don't really come and watch Guide creation too much. He's actually doing hardcore stuff, isn't he? Yeah. Yeah, you'll find some people. I mean, if people come and ask him stuff, I don't think there's that many people playing this season hardcore much anymore, to be honest. Hey, Sabotage, how's it going? Right, I'll tell you what, let's flick over and get going, because I've got a lot to do between now and Tuesday, and it's not that busy until, well, it won't be that busy until next week. So the sooner I can get this tested, the sooner I can get on the guides. That means I can get another guide out of the way, which means there's another build for all of you guys, which is awesome. And maybe a little bit more sleep for me before the Tuesday. Might depend on different class speeds, but majority should be faster. So I know a Spiritborn that did 1 to 70 in an hour. 1 hour ganja on live. Yeah, let's flick over. So yeah, I mean, if they do it faster than that, I mean, I'll be really happy if I could do 1 to 70 in an hour. I probably won't, because I get distracted by chat and shinies and all sorts. Yeah. So yeah, I'll be very interested to see. I need to check out the strat myself properly, to be honest, so I can see exactly what's being done. Like, I want to see if it's actually a hack or not. But I don't know if it's not a hack, but I don't know if it's people using like borderline exploits or whether it is just something that's really overtuned. You're testing survivability. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, we're going to be able to stack more resistances and armor next season, so that's like going to bring up those baseline defenses a bit. So I actually am swapping a lot of my guides. Some of them already use Centipede Main Hall anyway, because that reduces their damage. But on top of this, I've started using the Mott rune. And the reason for this is, if you can stack it fast enough, like I was earlier, you get 8% resistances for each stack up to 5. So that can give you up to 40% resistances. That's pretty nice. And at 5 stacks, it gives you 20% DR as well. So it like double dips in 2 places for damage reduction. Other than that, you've got the Lac rune as well we could use. I've actually used that instead of Vortex on some of the builds because I'm using Heshrek Asungis. The Heshrek Asungis turns out is actually going to be pretty strong, I think. I was just finding last night, keeping up your ultimate for Unstoppable. Keeping up Unstoppable was hard. The pull-in from the Cry rune just wasn't good enough for the Stinger builds. The Heshrek Asungi pull-in's goated. It just keeps pulling them in. They can't get away, even if you keep knocking them away or they're trying to run away, they just keep getting pulled back in. And the Heshrek Asungi gives you barrier and all sorts. It's just really good. And the Heshrek Asungis is going to get buffed because it's going to have a mythic version, which means it's going to be 156%, not 120, which is going to be really nice. Hey, Alban, how's it going, dude? 1 hour on speedrun is great, but judging from that, for general players, should be smooth leveling. I agree. I'll be really happy if I can do 170 in like 3 to 4 hours for me, because I get distracted by chat and help it, you know, and various other bits. I'm not normally the most optimal leveler. I'm normally better at leveling once I hit Paragons. I'm normally faster than most people at that point. When we've done the leveling races, I've always been really slow at 170, but 70 to Torment 4 in the past, I was really quick at. So I just don't practice 1 to 70 enough, I guess. Right, I was tinkering around with stuff earlier. I think I'm still on the Lightning version, so I'm going to need to swap back here. But before I do that, I actually want to save off Poison Stinger, because I want to be able to take some footage for it for Mobalytics before next week. So I need to be able to swap back to it. Where is my Fester? Yes, we put Fester in here for now because it's either that or Headhunter. I'll need to test which one's better in the end. I think that's it. That's literally the only change I made. I took all the Mystic Circle stuff off Zach. I got fed up with it. The Mystic Circle just sucks to play unless you've got that other aspects on. And I found this setup was better overall. I actually found my Thunder Gods wasn't very good, to be honest. I bet Thunder Gods would be better than this. But I just found... I'm just checking if this is correct. Just going to double check my guide here. I literally spent ages fine tuning this build earlier because Poison Sting is definitely going to be an S tier build next season. For a lot of things, it's going to be a good all-round build. Like, it's probably what I'm going to start on. And it's going to push high. It's going to get me into T12 on day one, I reckon. Easy. Interdiction exploiters. Yeah, I don't need... So I actually didn't run two DRs on this. I was testing this out on different builds. Just testing some different versions. Because I've got the Mott rune in, you get a bit of extra DR there. You get DR from Scourge. Yeah, we'll leave it like this for now. We'll see how the tankiness feels. My Heshra Kasungi sucks. I've got a vulnerable DR. I've got vulnerable damage, but the rest is pretty average. Obviously, you can get a much better version of this. And this will go to... this will go to 78. So it'll go up to 156 in the doubling up. So that'll be really nice. I put Supremacy on the amulet. My amulet's okay. It's not GG's, but it's okay. I put Redirected Force on here, so we've got Interdiction. Because if you've only got 7 stacks of Ferocity, you either have to have Plains Power up here, and even that only makes it 147%. But then you've reduced your power from Supremacy, so you're better off going Supremacy up here and then Redirected down here. Because if you put Plains on a single socket, you only get 70, like 98. It's less than this. And it requires you to be in the Plains Power, in the Mystic Circle. I just found this instantly felt better. Like, I smashed the 130 earlier. I got to the boss with like 8 or 9 minutes left. It took me, and I deliberately did this boss solo, like with no minions. And I killed him in like 5 minutes. And this build has issues with single target for sure. Compared to some of the others. We won't need this right now. I was actually testing a lot. Oh yeah, that's right. It's annoying that I transfigured this Rod of Kepaleka, to be honest. I need attack speed on this weapon. If I don't have all the velocity, you need attack speed on the weapon to hit your attack speed caps. But I have got the attack speed cap hit with this. With literally no velocity. It can be done. Hey, Renee, how's it going, dude? Razor, how's it going? 25 watch streak open. Nice. That's awesome. Thanks. Appreciate it. Okay, I think this is pretty much it. I might need to change these, though, because we're on... So we're going... also, because I'm using Heshra Kasungis, we don't want to use a Gorilla Spirit Hall, so I'm using Jaguar, Eagle on Stinger, so you get more damage here. You lose your Barrier Gen, but then you've got the Barrier Gen from the Ultimate now instead. So, arguably, we might have less DR next season, so I might need to figure that out, but... Yeah. I've made it so if you're using the Heshret Kasungi with the Protector and the other little bits of Resolve I've got, even without the Zik Rune working, my Resolve staff's okay. If you've got Debilitating Toxins on, you don't just get one shot out the gate as easily. At least that's what I'm finding, especially with the Mott Rune as well. Yeah. And you'll get more damage on the Starless. Resource cost reduction. Okay, this all looks fine. Canny Colossal, one address Spirit. Festa, yes. I'll just go quickly test her. Just go smash a 1, 2, 5 just to make sure this is correct so I can save it off and then we'll go and test a... It shouldn't take too much change for Touch of Death. Obsilia, 8man, how's it going? Running that cake hole, I see. The cake hole? What do you mean, the cake hole? The other thing about the Protector is you can use him at range and stack up a few stacks of Resolve first. Bloody hell, what the hell's hitting me in there? What's he got? Oh, he's got Unstoppable and Berserker. Screw this guy. Oh. Okay, yeah, I'm going to do wet noodle damage. I got the wrong version of Stinger on. I knew there was... I was literally sitting here going, I know I've forgotten to do something. It's so... why? Oh, why are you unstoppable? Eat a massive bag of hot dogs, seriously. What the hell? I didn't hit them for ages. Why the hell were they unstoppable? Oh my god. Please just kill me. Let me leave this dungeon. First dungeon. I forgot to swap to Poison Stinger. That's why I'm hitting like a wet noodle. The Storm Stinger just isn't as strong. Even with the Thunder God's blessing buff, it's not going to be as strong as Poison. It's just not. Not with the bug that's going on. Get good, son. You had one job. I know, Aitman. What a noob. Just uninstall. All these hours I've put into it, useless. Absolute trash. Right. Let's put the right skill on. That'd be good. I don't think I changed anything else. I think that is literally it. You'll notice the difference in a minute. As long as we stack a few things up. There we go. I won't have his stack supremacy yet. Things just start to die. It's just that much stronger. It doesn't matter about the base damage. It's that, yeah, the rampant stinger tech that's still inside it. My barrier gen's not very good here, though, for some reason. Yeah, I've tried to fine-tune it so that you'll have decent everything. I tried a lot of different combos. Actually, to be honest, these lightning things hopefully won't hit us as hard next season because the multi-juice set will give us a lot more resistances, I think. So I just want to make sure that I'm not going to do the whole thing. I just want to make sure it's in a good enough state so I can take footage for my ballistics a bit later. There we go. Hundreds of trillions already. The more enemies that are poisoned, the more damage you'll do to them. It's pretty disgusting, to be honest. And we're going to get some pretty hefty buffs to this build. That's why another group of elites here. So when you've got loads of enemies poisoned, you can hit those elites real hard, real quick. You just got to make sure they're all in the impact area, because that's where the big damage happens. Okay, this is fine. We don't need to do the whole dungeon. Let me click on that, because why? Oh, what? There's a bug with these portals where they don't always take me to the end. You click on it and they just disappear and don't actually take you anywhere. That's good, isn't it? Fingers crossed. There we go. You're in a sassy mood, I could tell. 248 trillion. I hit for 1.1 quadrillion last night, but it scales. The more enemies that are poisoned, the harder you'll hit when it activates everything at once. It's pretty insane. I'm just gonna... And I can show you... For speed farming, I'd actually put interdiction on here. And then you would put on these here for mobility. I mean, this is going to be great for farming, for something that doesn't use perma-evade. I mean, actually, for speed farming, we can actually... I might change this in the guide. I think the movement speed on here... is Storm Feather movement speed, which goes into cap 2. So that's going to move us into... That should... Once we're out of town, our movement speed should go well over 200% with that. It used to go into attack speed, but yeah, it used to go into attack speed 1, but it goes into attack speed 2 now. There you go. So this is going to feel like... So that's what we'll do for... speed farming. You can get away without that damage in speed farming, and it just gives you more movement speed. And once you get going, and you've also got the Ravager lock-on tech we used to have, and you're just going to go around like this. You're just going to nuke everything. So this is going to be crap. Look at it. It's actually disgusting for farming. All you've got to do is poison the enemies, and then you've just got to hit. And then it hits every enemy. And then everything that happens to be in the impact radius as well just takes this absurd amount of damage on top of it. Scaling by the amount of enemies that have been poisoned because it's got rampant stinger in it still. So that's... it's not as fast as what we had before, of course. I can get another 15, another 14 movement speed on top of this as well. And we'll probably use this for the speed farming on all the builds. Honestly. So it just feels a lot better to be able to move at that sort of speed. You just place down your ultimate and off you go. And the thing I love about it is so easy to play. I literally don't even have to aim. You just hit your enemies and watch everything go boom. Check whisper in game. 1 second. So, yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. I might actually address that in the guides quickly now. I forgot to test that earlier with the Eagle Spirit All. The fact it gives you double the Storm Feather movement speed bonus, and it's always active. 40%, but it goes into movement speed too, is really big. And if you get to 240 movement speed, you'll be running pretty good. That's what I was saying last night. It just didn't cross my mind. I was having brain farts. Hey, King Bob, how's it going? Good, mate. Good. Cranchery as well. Thanks for the effort. You have hopes for Spiritborn in Season 14 because of the new patch notes. Oh, no, that's not for the Rushing Claw you're talking about, Sabotage. The 4 charges refilling is not on the Zoom Rushing Claw. It's useless. It's on this here, Evolving Claws. The reason it's useless is because until they change this so that when you cast, if you've got 4+ stacks, it will activate all 4 things at once. Your big damage comes when you've got 4+ strikes. So the second you've got less, you're not going to do big damage. You're only going to guarantee critical strike with this if you have 2 charges, which is useless because you don't do it with your big hits. So you're going to have to stack crit chance on your build, so when you hit additional times, they crit, guaranteed. So that becomes useless. The dodge is nice, but only active if you hit with the third with 3 charges left. And the heal's really nice, but only when you only do that once every now and then. It'd be much better if those all activate at once. You get your 100% dodge, change guarantee critical strike to something else. Make it so it heals like 3% or 5% of your life every time, and make it so it strikes additional times. That would be a lot better. Something like that. But yeah, it's just, it's on there. So no matter how fast you attack with this, I mean, it might be better than I think, but the guaranteed critical strike one perplexes me because you're going to have to start to do, you're going to want guaranteed critical strikes on strikes additional time. And every stack you've got above 4 strikes an additional time. So if you can get to 5, I believe. With this here, it'll be +1, and you get 4 by default. So you'll be able to hit 3 times. So you're basically going to want to do your 3 hits, and then you're going to want to use the other 3 as quickly as possible so you can get back to their reset to 4. But you can never reset to 5. So it's just like you can never reset back to your max damage. You don't get all the benefits. It's just a bit poop. Yeah, I know. Hey, Gazars. Is Spiritborn still good in Season 14, Gazars? Check this out. This will be one of our best builds. It's not quite as fast, but we run half decent. And once we get going, we've got some lock-on tech. Once we get going, we will just blow stuff up. So we can just go through Helltide. Don't even have to really pay attention. You just need to make sure that they're all in a group, which is why we got the Heshra Kasungi, because it just keeps pulling them together. So, okay, we're not evade. I can get another 14% movement speed on this as well. So with another 14% movement speed on this, I would be moving quite a lot faster. In fact, you know what? I can show you how fast that will be. It may not sound like a lot, but it'll feel a lot faster than this. So yeah, we'll be fine. I think once people adjust to the fact that we haven't got the absolute absurdity that we had this season, which was completely insane. Like, we legitimately had insanity levels of mobility this season. Right, there you go. I'm at 240. I'll be at 240 now. Evolving Claws can be used inside your Sunbird's Gorget and just move at light speed with big Firestorm. Obsilia, you can use the blue one for Firestorm. I've already got a tech that works for that. Right, here we go. We should be at 240 now. Yeah, this is 240 movement speed. 300 movement speed is giga. Like, that'd be insane. But anyway, with 240 movement speed and just running around with this, with the lock on with the Ravager boots, and the fact that we can just blow up everything in the direction, this is fine. Obviously, I just need to find density of enemies. There's nothing here. Be good if there's some enemies to attack. Goodness me. There's like literally no enemies. One sec, let's go down into the swamp area. There'll be more down there, hopefully. I think someone's already been through there and murdered everything. So I don't know if that answers your questions, Gazar, but I'm going to have something like... I thought I was going to have 7 builds up. If I get them all done by next Tuesday, I'm going to have something like 14 endgame guides. Some of those are the variants, like Fire, Quill Volley, Gorilla Rake, and such. But I will have a lot of builds, and a lot of them will do pit 125, 130 plus. And next season, I predict Spiritborn will get to about pit 140-ish. This build will do 140. I did a 130 earlier on live server, and it's getting some pretty significant buffs and not that many nerfs. So we just have to see how the survivability holds up. But yeah, you can see what I mean. Like, once you get going, once your supremacy stacks a bit, you just need enemies to lock onto, and then you just cast your gorilla, blow them all up, move on, and so on and so on. If we're really struggling for barrier gen, I'll have to have another thought about it. Maybe we'll use the Q rune, I suppose, but... But when you're inside your gorilla area, you'll be fine. Twisted Tokyo, how's it going? Is it normal for Diablo 4 to change metas every season? This was my first time. Well, that's what they're... The funny thing is, you can't really win as the devs. Like... You don't want it to be exactly the same builds that are the best every season in and out for 10 seasons, because people will get bored. They're just playing the same thing over and over again. There's a few people who only play certain builds, and they'll love that. If their build's the top build for God knows how long, that's what they would love. So they're trying to do that, but also they're trying to make it so a lot of builds on each of the classes are all equally good. So you've got a range of builds that don't just feel bad to play because it's like 20 levels lower than everything than the top thing. So they're trying to do 2 things at once, which makes it very hard for them to do. Spiritborn, to be honest, is going to have a lot of builds that's going to fall within the 130 to 140 range. Some will be slightly better than others and feel better than others, but there will be a lot of builds that can do that stuff next season on Spiritborn. A lot of them are Rod of Kepaleka builds, granted, but there are a few Zepazontet builds. I've got a couple unique builds that no one else will have. Firestorm, Fire Sword, they'll both do 125, 130. Yeah, and so on. So it can be quite normal, Tokyo, yeah. Right, I'm going to save this off because I need to make some footage for it. This is going to be one of the best things to take footage for, so... Overwrite. I'll take the footage with the Path of Emissaries as well. Rename to P-Stinger. P-Stinger! Right, we're gonna go try Touch of Death, which is going to be a worse version of this, but I want to do it anyway. So yeah, if we use Eagle Primary with that, what is there actually any benefits down here? Probably not. No, not really. Yeah, they don't really. None of these do anything for you. The Path of Emissary firing out quill volleys for you doesn't really do a lot for you, to be honest. That's more of an offensive thing. I'm going to have to investigate that another time. But for pushing, we would do Jaguar Eagles, so then we would have rakes set up. Probably. Like this. Frosty. Resolve gen. Cooldowns. I'm actually going to save that off again. You sure feather pick up can reset enough your blue rushing claw? Yeah, probably, Obsilia. I tested it on PTR pit Obsilia. I had it so that when I'm in combat, I can near perma evade. Outside of combat, you're going to have to... because the thing is, you're going to be generating a lot of feathers. So you'll need some I think you'll need cooldown reduction on the build as well. You'll need to stack cooldown reduction a bit so that you can bring down the cooldown of rushing claw evade to start with. So you don't have to pick up as many feathers. But every time you cast a focus skill, it generates 10 feathers around you. Or if there's feathers around you, it pulls them all towards you. And then you have the aspects on which allows you to generate them as you move around behind you as well. So, and then you stack a lot of ranks on Ravager. So do you get the increased cooldown rate there. So it brings down the cooldown a little bit. So it made it pretty quick. Like, you can reduce the cooldown pretty fast. Rushing Claw Storm Feathers, you'll be able to do it easily. Because you'll use Loyalty's Mantle with double Eagle. Or Loyalty's Mantle with double Jaguar. That'll bring the cooldown of Rushing Claw down to, like, 6.25 seconds. By default. Loyalty's Mantle will give you a mythic version is 78% cooldown next season. So it just caps your cooldown for you. For that build. And then you just use Storm Feather pickup stuff. And then off you go. Easy claps. There probably will be some downtime. It's not. I keep saying it will not be like this season. Everyone needs to get that out of their heads. When I say I can get it near perma evade, it's as close as you're going to get it. It's not going to be possible to just zoom 1,000 times across the map at the speed of light anymore. It's just not going to be possible. There is no way to do that. They've deliberately taken that away. The nearest you're going to get is either using intricacy and making your build play terribly, or you're going to use the evade, you're going to use the Storm Feather pickup stuff. But either way, that's going to bring it down a bit. That'll make it so that it's pretty close. Like, especially on evade Storm Feathers, that will have a very low cooldown on evade anyway. On the Rushing Claw, sorry. Hey, Longman, how's it going? You don't need a 150 pit clear. Season 13 Spiritborn, highest pit 138 was enough for me, was a lot of fun. Well, this Digger build will do 140 next season, but you'll need ridiculous gear for it, probably. I did a 130 with my current gear, and I've got no transfigurations except the amulet. And my gear is... my Heshra Kasungi sucks. I haven't got... You know, I'm missing at least 2 damage multis here. Next season, these come with dexterity and gorilla ranks by default. And then you can get 1 damage multi and roll your other one on, so it'll be a lot easier to get a half-decent one. Yeah. But the transfigs alone would push you up a decent amount, honestly. You're going the hard way, going Rake. Rake could be pretty good. Yeah, so Obsilia. Sorry, I was a bit firm about that, but it's just... I've had a lot of people go to me like, can we do this? So I'm like, no, we can't, but I can get it pretty close. Firestorm inherently picks up Storm Feathers. It's literally part of the build. So just sacrificing a bit of damage to put that extra aspect on to reduce the mobility cooldown rate and then stack cooldown in a few places. That's the reason that build will do less damage and won't push as high. But for speed farming, it was enough. I did a 125 on the PTR, I think. Was it a 125 or 130? 120. I either did a 120 or 125 on the PTR. My gear was average compared to what I've got in the current live. I had a much worse Sunbird's Gorget than what I had on live. I didn't have the crit damage GA and stuff. And that was with all the downgrades and just throwing something together, so I'm sure it can be optimized a bit better. So it'll do 120 plus easily. And it was pretty quick. I didn't take footage, I should have done, but it was pretty fast. I was able to zoom pretty quick in stuff. Yes, evolving claw sabotage. That is not evasive claw. It's what I said. This node down here, the refunds node, is being attached to this one, Evolving Claws. It has nothing to do with Evasive Swipe. So it's got nothing to do with the one where you can click without enemies. This requires you to have enemies. If you've got enemies, yes, you'll be able to perma Rushing Claw. It's what we used to have. But you're not going to be able to just rush across the map without enemies like we've currently got. So you've just got Giga Mobility all the time. You don't want it to be clanky. Yeah, it'll be fine. I'll have those guides updated. Right. Let's do the swap over here. So the skill tree is going to be relatively the same. We'll take Stinger out. Yeah, so I'm expecting this to be a lot worse, but there is a version of Touch of Death that you can do with the Rod of Kep, which is this one here. Touch of Death is also a core skill, which costs Vigor, no cooldown. And when a swarm is replaced early, it bursts for extra damage. It makes it so that when you attack, you generate swarms, and then you have to wait for them to start blowing up. So it's like a little delay on it. If Touch of Death Strike hits a weakened enemy, Touch of Death deals more damage. Touch of Death's Infection heals you for a % of your life. Per second for a total of 9% life. Okay, you heal any remaining when the swarm hatches. Fine. We're going to take the damage. Touch of Death's Vigor cost is reduced. Touch of Death makes enemies vulnerable. This here might act as resource cost reduction on Touch of Death. So that we can cap to 75% easier. Because I know for a fact Rake's one up here does. Rake's cost reduction and damage acts as resource cost reduction on Rake. So you don't have to stack resource cost reduction on Rake. If you've got enough stacks of Ferocity on here, I think if you get to 15 stacks, it literally makes it cost 0. And it acts the same as if you've got 0 Vigor cost. It's the same as having like your maximum resource cost reduction. And it's one of those I'm going to have to think about whether it's worth doing that. Because that kind of means you're going to go into Plains Power and stuff, and it's a bit poop. I'll have to look how I did this. Maybe you just do that in combination with the Ring of Starless. I don't know. Or you just don't use that. Use the Ring of Starless. Oh, I didn't do Ring... Oh, yeah, that's right. I didn't use the Rod of Kep last season. We might not use that with the Rod of Kep version. You might use cooldown reduction. Make it so that you can get away without Prodigy's tempo, maybe. Put a damage one in, like we used to do. Anyway, same ultimate. Changed over the skill. So I come over here. Same benefits, counterattack with the Midnight Sun. Same Zik Room, but tech. All these skills will be the same. It's literally almost the same build. And I think the items will be relatively the same as well. Yeah, pretty much identical. I mean, the Paracon can stay the same as well, probably. There's no point in using Consumption, I don't think, because it does Pestilent Swarm stuff. And we're not using Poisoning. So this just ends up being exactly the same. It's literally almost the same build. This is how we had it before. The Rod of Kep Touch of Death build is not really that interesting, because it's like the same as Stinger. It was a better Stinger before, now it's going to be a worse Stinger, but I guess we'll see, right? What's the damage scaling on Touch of Death, actually? 1,350. Oh. Oh, that's right, though. Dealing damage and applying poisoning damage over 9 seconds. When the infection expires or the host dies, a swarm hatches and seeks enemies for 9 seconds. That is, alright, it's a swarm damage we care about. Dealing 202,000 damage per hit. Over 9 seconds. I think they attack like once a second or twice a second. And then, yeah, that's the thing. This used to be so much stronger. The 150% damage when it bursts, it used to go to like 600% or something. So I am not expecting this to be Giga. I guess... Let me just put these pair of boots back on here. I'll leave my speed farming stuff on for now. We'll just go and try like a pit. Well, we'll start with T8 to see if it even does that first. Same strat as everything. You was even trying to plan to try the Balisand's Max Lethal build, so I don't really care. Yeah, fair enough. Hey, Bluff Arts, thanks for the alert. Appreciate it. Yeah, the Balisand's be interesting to see if anyone makes anything half decent with that. Not sure how that's going to do, really. To be honest. It kind of slaps. Did some tweaks on my counter swarm build, and it's decent. Okay. No Mystic Circles. Hate them even more. Yes, I will probably take that stuff off as well. I've taken it off Stinger and everything. Yeah, the Mystic Circle stuff is no matter what the damage is like. It feels terrible to play unless you've got soil power on and that. You just don't have enough aspect slots. Just did some testing around. We might still get one shot, but not 100%. Yeah, we'll definitely get one shot still. Unless you stack stuff up. Okay, so we can do T8. That's fine. I definitely don't need to go... I definitely don't need to go any further than that to know we can do T8. That's fine. Alright, let's ramp this straight up to E12. You can get better... With the 3 unique charm mythic seal next season, we can get a better setup of charms. There is a world where you might actually... Well, you would normally use the Protean Heart and the Lochran's Talisman. The Sunstained Warcrows is going to be stronger than the Lochran's Talisman. And then you've got the option to maybe go Ring of Midnight Sun. No, the Lochran's Talisman's not as strong as this, all this, I don't think, overall. So yeah, you get a little bit more out of the Sunstained Warcrows you're there. Yeah, so with this, you have to wait for the swarms to start blowing up. So it's like a slight delay on it. Okay. Wow, I feel squishy as hell though. What the? Maybe because I just didn't have any resolve there. I am still using glins here. Oh, but I'd definitely be able to expect a cat, please. My cat's being really needy right now. Yeah, okay. Alright, this is fine. Right, let's go to our 120 here. Swapping circles for Wild Claws. Yeah, Wild Claws is okay. It just takes time to stack. And Wild Claws, the thing is, Rake doesn't hit that fast, but I suppose Ravager plays in as well. Yeah, Wild Claws goes higher than some of the other stuff, though, of course. So it's not a bad option. 120, here we go. I actually shouldn't have just ran in there. I need to get some stacks of resolve first. Until we've got the Zik rune fixed with the resolve stacking. I'm actually not sure if I want to use glins. It goes higher than some of the other aspects, but it doesn't stack. That's the problem. Yeah. I don't want to have to use Tenat. I'm going to take glins off here. I'm going to test without it because it's bugged on this season anyway. Well, broken on this season. It's not going to be broken next season. For lots of reasons. Oh, I don't have it on. Oh, okay, that's why I'm so squishy. I don't have glint. I don't have that DR on. Okay. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. So I think we are going to need the... We're going to need the second DR in there. Of some kind. Like, we could use Might, for example, or something like this. which gives you it gives you less DR, but it gives you it instantly. You don't have to wait for resolve stacking. That's a good point, actually. I might have the weapon on that means I've only got like 20,000 life. Yeah, I've only got 20k life with this setup. This weapon, I needed one with attack speed on it. The one I've got with max life doesn't have attack speed in it, and I can't roll it. I can't get to the attack speed breakpoint without having attack speed on the weapon, so I'm actually really, really squishy on this setup right now, which is something I wouldn't do next season. I would get a Rod of Kepaleka and make sure it's got the right stats on it. I just don't have another Rod of Kepaleka right now, and I don't have time to go farm one. But it's going to have the right stats on it. But yeah, that lack of max, I do not have any barrier gen here at all. What the hell? This feels a lot worse than Stinger did. I mean, the damage is there, though. So you can still hit for trillions on this build. But I wouldn't expect this to be as strong as Stinger, because Stinger just had some crazy interaction going on. And frankly, the hit damage on the swarms is quite low as well. So this is only a 120. Yeah, this is what I was thinking was going to happen. It's like you do some chunks of damage once the swarm starts to die, but it's a bit meh, to be honest. There's one other thing I can test, but I don't think I've got them anymore. I think I got rid of my Craze of the Dead Gods gloves. They're a bit poop though, those gloves, to be honest. I'm pretty sure they only work on direct damage, which means they don't really work as a concept. Did I keep them, is the question. I did not. That is good. Wonderful. Now I just realised I need to swap these back round as well. Lost quite a lot of damage not having those. Yeah, my barrier gen's a bit poop on this. You can't use the temerity because it's not enough. You need to have that extra DR. Well, at least in this season we do. It's the option here to have just a constant healing. So you'd just be healing your barrier like no tomorrow. My life is so low. Holy crap. Yeah, I need a pair of temerities. I'm going to have to test this with my other weapon, which is going to mean I'm going to attack slower. 16,000 life is definitely not going to be enough. It's going to mean I'm down to about 75 attack speed, which is not great, but hey-ho. How am I feeling about Spiritborn next season, Bimmer? Yeah, we got some pretty good builds. So I'm just testing out Touch of Death here, which I wasn't expecting to be as good as the other one I was testing a minute ago. Mate, we'll be fine. We won't be as fast, but we'll be fine. We'll go up to, I think we'll peak around pit 140. We won't be the strongest class, I don't think. Yeah, this just feels worse than Stinger straight up. This is exactly what I thought. That's what I mean. They've added this version, and it's like, well, they've added this build, but it's basically just another poison Stinger. It's nothing unique about it, really. It's always been that way. It used to be stronger than Stinger. It's a lot weaker now. Well, at the moment it is anyway. I'm obviously attacking quite a lot slower here. I only go 75 attack speed, not 100. But I needed that extra life so I didn't die all the time. I mean, with that healing, my barrier's never going down, to be fair. That does make me giga tanky. Because you're just infecting with the enemies and generating barrier like no tomorrow. So that literally needs a one-shot me to kill me with this, I think. Hey, funnily enough, this feels... Well, that's what I mean. That almost one-shot me. Almost one-shot me. It didn't, but it nearly did. Alright, we'd be able to clear a 120. I'm not going to try and grind this. Actually, I'm going to go to the end of this and see what the bossing's like. That's the only thing this might be slightly better at than the Stinger one. Like, the damage might be lower overall, but the bossing damage is probably the same relative to clearance, which the Stinger one isn't. This is one of those maps I really don't enjoy very much. There we go, that's going to take me to the exit, that's good. Let's get to another one. Hey, Breakpoint, how's it going? Yeah, it's like the Touch of Death gloves should mean you don't need to stack barrier as such. And then the way I read it all the time is like it converts direct damage into poison damage. If it converted all damage into poison damage, so you could then just stack poison res like no tomorrow, but you can never use barrier, then it would be a lot better. And then you'd make it so it like auto cast Touch of Death swarms on top of the ones you've got, so you can get a lot more swarms, and then this build would fire a lot better, I think. It'd be a lot better then, I think. You can't use those at the same time as Heshreek Asungi unless you use the charm, of course. But to me, until... oh, wow, that hurts. But to me, whilst it only affects can't tank certain things. I haven't got enough DR. While it only affects direct damage, it's useless because there's just so many affixes that count as indirect damage now. Yeah, so Temerity was nice for barrier gem, but you're just super squishy without the DR. All these things are just jacked up to 10,000. So unless you've got like 90% damage reduction, you're just going to die. Even with like, oh, I haven't got that much life, but 28,000 life is not minimal. You're probably better off going Disobedience on this one because you'll stack that super duper fast. That'll be better than Glyn's next season. In combat, anyway. Problem with Disobedience is when you're against something like Lilith, it won't work. Which is one of the reasons I don't like it very much. It means when she jumps in the air, your Disobedience wears off and then you become one-shottable by a lot more stuff. So, yeah, it loses a lot of value there. But, I mean, even with Disobedience stacking up, we only go to 4 million toughness. Glyn's at the moment takes us to like 10 or 11 million. It's that strong. And this won't be as quick to farm with because you have to wait for the swarms to spawn and explode, so it's not going to be like impact like Springer. So yeah, I'll have a build for this, but it's not going to be one I'd recommend starting on. I honestly think all the potency skills need re-looking at, in a way, for a number of reasons. So I'm only just about killing elites in here. I can literally switch this back to Stinger and I'd annihilate stuff. I think also it's quite hard to time the touch of death damage with the Zik rune damage. Yeah, that's probably one of the reasons this isn't doing half as well either. Because the damage is delayed to when the swarms explode, it probably doesn't line up with the Zik rune activations very well. Unless you're really lucky, which is why I did one big chunk of damage a minute ago and then I just sit there bashing on it, doing nothing otherwise. Just want to get to the boss so I can see what the boss feels like on it. You just changed Rushing Claw to Touch of Death, did 125, but it's highly dot optimized build plus 39 resolve stacks. So what Touch of Death are you using? You changed Rushing Claw to Touch of Death. How did you change Rushing Claw to Touch of Death? And when you say it cleared a 125, how quickly are you talking? Because clearing a 125 in 5 minutes is very different to clearing a 125 in like 13, you know? I'll keep attacking, thinking I've got the Path of Emissaries on, which I haven't. Wow, that affix hurts. Probably just shouldn't stand in that one. Where's my Heartstone? There we go. Yeah, we won't be getting 39 stacks of Resolve next season either. You'll probably get to about 30 max, I think. Ish. 39 would be hard going, I think. You only get 6 on armors, and that's including Masterworks, GAs, everything. You won't get 12 anymore. Which is what it should have been anyway. It was bugged this season. Where's the elites? Where's the elites? Guess I'll kill some of these while we're here. I just want to get to the bottom. I mean, this is a million times worse than Stinger, though. It's exactly the same setup. It's not going to gain enough in the charms to make up the difference. It's slower attacking. I mean, of course, I haven't got 100% attack speed right now, I guess. I could swap back to that again. I just felt squishy with that though on this. I think it has smaller impact area. It's just not generating me everything as quickly as well as Stinger was. I just need a bit more. Gave me a string of bad maps, this one as well. That last one was okay, but the first one was terrible, and this one's not great either. I still died. Wow. Yeah. I am still I'm still concerned for our defenses next season. I mean, just there's certain things, even with the extra resistances, it's not going to be enough, I don't think. A lot of these builds, I don't know. I'm at I might need to get a better activator for Mott. You only get the DR when you're at 5 stacks. Might need to reevaluate that. Right, this is what I care about. I just wanted to see what the damage on the boss would be like. And as I suspected, the boss damage would be okay on this. Although I might die to this because it's got the crazy lightning stuff. We'll see. No, we'll be alright. No, it's not a lot of damage. But it's not insane. It's only a 120. 14 trillion, not too bad. So, I mean, you still hit for trillions and stuff. This will absolutely do 125 to 130 next season. I'm not going to push any higher than that, though. It's a bit slow and a bit meh. It's exactly what I thought it was going to be like. That's why I didn't really try these during the season. Even Payback felt a bit pooped, to be honest. Razor Wings just doesn't really work. Even with the changes they've made, it won't be enough. Rushing Claw, obviously we had the crazy mobility, but the actual damage options are a bit meh. So yeah, they just need looking at some point. They need someone to sit down on the dev side and actually play them. And then go make some changes. Like use their cheat tool tech stuff to put like a pretty decent build together and actually play and see how it feels. How they intend it to be played. You know, there is always a situation where maybe we just haven't figured out how to do it. But when you put all the greatest minds in the game together and no one's come up with anything that even remotely half works, it probably says it just doesn't work. You've been testing this on 130s. 40k life resistances have been between 75 to 80. You are barely outside of the one-shot range with Crackling Soul. Oh, Crackling Soul, I just ignore. Crackling Soul is completely overtuned. Crackling Soul is crazy. Hey, Lopjack, how's it going? Why are they doing in your opinion a lot of the build not working for certain classes? What do you mean, why are they doing, sorry? Also, how are you doing? I don't know. I honestly can't say. I don't want to knock on them. But, I don't have the gloves right now. Let me see if I can go farm a pair quickly. It doesn't even, just so I can show you what the stats are on it. But it won't work with a Heshra Kasungi, so that would be a problem. Crazy. I actually had a really good version of these. I just chucked them away at some point. Undarial, okay. Alright, let me... Overwrite this. Rename it as Todd. Swap back to Stinger, because it's just better. Let's go kill on Dario a couple of times, just get a pair of his gloves. You still have Centipede Primary Hall to make us more tanky, but make it... Yeah, we can't... You wouldn't use that on the Centipede skills, right? But yeah, on non-Centipede skills, for sure. Crazy the Dead God Staff Sergeant, just so that I can have a look at the stats, but I want to prove a point. I'm pretty sure those gloves were designed so that you would not go barrier with Touch of Death and go for life regen and make it so all the damage goes as poison dot on you, and then you just stack more poison resistance than known to man on you. Because that's all you would need to stack. The problem is it only works on direct damage. Indirect damage just completely subvertedly ignores it, which means you get one shot by that stuff. Or dot damage just, you know. It just, but that, you can't use barrier with it. It doesn't work with barrier. And that would allow you to auto cast some Touch of Death swarms. Right, hopefully we'll get one on this run. Hey, Hellspawn. 2 years, Hellspawn. Nice. With the Prime. Thank you, Hellspawn. I appreciate you, man. How you doing? Yeah, I don't really need a particularly great set. I just want to have one just to prove a point. You can't use it with Heshira Kasungi unless you use Heshira Kasungi in your charms. There we go. Got a pair. When you would take direct damage, it instead distributed as poisoning. The problem is, I think this was designed so that the only indirect damage was dot back in the day. So you would be stacking life regen on this bit for this anyway. So dot damage would be counted. But there are now hit damage things that don't count as direct damage, I believe. And you want your entire life to be poisoned, but have enough life regen that you don't...
Hype train detected. Party mode awaits at level 2. You know what to do?
You started a hype train, Hellspawn. Nice, doing good. 2 years. I know, that's crazy. What the hell is going on my YouTube? It's just saying loads of people are subbing to me. What the hell is my Streamlabs doing? Sorry, I'm a bit confused by this. No dev knocking required or spoilers to your future content, but do you have a plan in mind to potentially solve survivability next season, Catapa? Yeah, I mean, we're okay. I was doing pit 130s on Stinger earlier, so it can be done. We will have more armor. We'll have more resistances. It's just going to be trickier to get as much damage reduction. I'm not really sure what's going on in my chat. It's just saying loads of people are subbing, but I'm not really sure what's going on there. Crazy. Yeah, so like but it makes it increase. So yeah, the problem here is it just, yeah, I don't know if it's going to work. We can't use it at Heshira Kasungi, so we won't get the pull in. But yeah, direct damage has up to 25% chance based on your poison life percentage to infect an enemy touch death. You literally can't use these with the Heshira Kasungi because you can't have any barrier on your build. Which means you cannot use stuff that generates barrier for you. Anything at all. I believe. It doesn't work with barrier. And then your direct damage has a 25% chance based on your poison life percentage to infect an enemy with touch of death. Yeah, this it just I don't know what their thinking is with this. It needs to be something that like spawns swarms or something. Yeah. One sec, I need to check something, guys. Something's going on really weird with my YouTube right now. Yeah, what the hell is my YouTube chat doing? What? My chatbot is going crazy for some reason. Okay, I'm gonna do this quickly. Oh. How do I clear the chat? That command didn't work. One sec, guys. I'll be right back with you. YouTube live chat, clear chat, command. Can't remember what it is, but I haven't used it in so long. Is that? Oh, it doesn't have one. Ugh. Okay, well, that's not very useful, is it? Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, it's weird. I'm not sure what's going on there, Zach. I can't clear it either for some reason. Yeah, the thing with these gloves is it's like it will just infect them with touch of death, and then you still have to blow them up. So you're still limited to 3 swarms, and then I don't know, it just doesn't do anything. It's like you can't use it at barrier, so you're going to be giga squish, and it only works on direct damage to you, so indirect's just going to wreck you. Like, I can go and test this just for the lols, really, and it'll be rubbish.
30 seconds. Time is running out.
And then you just got Optimus Prime in the background going, like, time is running out. Oh, good old Optimus. You got a good spare what, sorry? What, crazy? I mean, honestly, it doesn't even need to be a good damage one. Guess I'll do. So we have to take this off. We won't be using Heshirek Sungi. So we can't use Protector because we can't have any barrier gen. Basically, you have to rebuild the build. I mean, I can test it. I just double check that it hasn't been changed. Actually, last time I checked this. Oh no, I didn't want to do a 120. We are going to get absolutely violated. I need to go lower than this. Last time I checked this, it doesn't work with barrier. What the hell is going on with my YouTube chat? It's like subbing it with all the people who already subbed to my channel. What the hell? Sorry, guys in YouTube. I don't know what's going on with my chat over there. It's really strange. I don't actually know. I'm going to have to turn Streamlabs off for YouTube to stop this spamming it for now. Because I don't know what it's doing. We'll leave it off for a bit and we'll see if that helps. Right, I'm just going to go do a lower dungeon because 120 is going to be way too high to test that. Oops. I don't know. Let's just do a T10. It doesn't need to be high. So look, your health goes poison like this. Okay, so all actual incoming hits like this is what like this. This potentially could make you very, very tanky. But the point, yeah, so it doesn't work. See, look, the poisoned on your health doesn't work whilst you got barrier. It does potentially make you very tanky though. You can't use it with barrier. So I'm going to rebuild for those gloves. That was actually working better than I expected, but it didn't have any of the crazy affixes. Hey, Drugula, how's it going? We'll do it for Touch of Death, though, because Touch of Death has life regen in it. By default. Don't need this one. So just stick that on. So I'm going to have to rethink how we build this. So you can't have anything barrier. Nothing at all. It's a centipede skills. We can't use this. So you can either use this or this. We probably won't use the Seeker. There's no real reason to. So you're going to use the Jaguar of some kind. Could use Push and Pounce for Resolve Gen. We don't need Ferocity as per se. Saying that, this would allow me to overstack my Ferocity and make up some of that attack speed I'm missing right now. We'll try with this one to start with. Larger area. Healing. We're going to need all the healing we can get. Healing. Reduce figure makes sense. Yes. Reduce dot damage, yes. Can't have the barrier gen on here. Extend duration. Can't have the barrier gen on here. Let's just take that out. We want the healing down here. We'll need to have the crying. Okay. So I won't solve the pulling issue to start with. Kind of just want to see how this plays. It's a lucky hit thing as well. It's like, you've only got 24% lucky hit chance, but then I suppose it's any direct damage. Oh, it's any direct damage. So you want your whole life to be poisoned the whole time. And then theoretically, you could then do this. Obviously, if you had like the really big ones, you'd get like some crazy amount of... That's what you'd want to do. You'd want to get to a point where you can just stack some absurd amount of poison regen. But the indirect damage doesn't get converted to poison damage, so then that will just wreck you. Let's just run through this and see how it works with Touch of Death. Yeah, I'm good, Dracula. Not too bad. Just testing a load of stuff out for next week. Didn't really get around to testing some of these builds, so we're just playing around with the different variants. We shouldn't have any barrier. I do actually need them to hit me. Have I got so much resistance? Well, that's better. There we go. Have they actually fixed this so it actually makes you giga tanky now? Because it didn't before and you used to just die. My attack speed is only, what, 75 with this weapon, isn't it? 71. Yeah, I need that attack speed on the weapon. This comes with Touch of Death ranks next season, this pair of gloves. I mean, basically, with Touch of Death, you just want as many swarms spawning as humanly possible, because the quicker you spawn swarms, when you spawn a new swarm, it ends the first one, and when it ends, it explodes. So the quicker you're spawning swarms, the quicker you'll deal damage. And that's what these gloves... I can see what they want these gloves to be, It's just never really worked before. Let me just go to, like... Let me just go try a T120 and see if I can even remotely stay alive. Or even do any damage to anything once we ramp up stuff. So there we go. My life is filling. Okay, so I'm not getting one shot, to be fair. This is ultimately what you want on this build to a degree. You kind of want your life to be full of poison all the time. As bad as that looks. That's what you want, so that you can spawn the swarms quicker. I think you can still only have 3 of them, though. I mean, this makes you giga tanky, even without barrier. I think those gloves are actually working now. I need to test it against some of the elemental effects. The indirect elemental effects. If that is, then this is a way of making yourself giga tanky on poison builds. But the damage is a bit... Yeah, I need to reevaluate. I mean, you don't really get much damage on these gloves. That's the problem. Even with the ranks of Touch of Death, it's not going to be enough. Something's dealt some... Yeah, so the effects, they're applying so much damage to me. Oh my gosh, I'm about to die. Even with that. Wow. Okay. It's not enough. That is the problem. Hey, Preda, how's it going? As an alpha tester, it hurts to see this game still doesn't have all the content alpha had. They haven't even done the Dreadlands yet. The Dreadlands yet. I mean, I can't speak about any alpha testing and stuff, Preda. I wasn't there. So, I mean, if you actually were in the alpha test, that's nice. But an alpha is an alpha. They don't always put all that stuff into the final game. I guess. I don't know if there's any other healing. Oh, okay, we could try that. Don't necessarily need that to apply vulnerable on this build. How much poison res am I rocking here? I'm an even with 15,000 poison res, and that will get scaled by 35%. It's not enough. And it's caps at 90%, this is. Yeah, that's pretty insane. Bloody hell. Damage is a bit wet noodle, though, so that's sad. I don't know how this is going to scale next season. I should have checked it. It's going to be... How's it going to be 30% stronger? I don't know. No idea. There is... Mephisto will be back for the next expansion. Mephisto's in this well, Preda. I mean, look. We'll see. We'll see, right? Nothing's been announced officially. Oh, dear. What was I thinking? Yes, these kind of make you like giga tanky. You can't get these gloves as a charm either. Funnily enough, they made it so you can't make these a charm. Mainly because they don't want you to put it in with the Heshra Kasungis. But we lose a lot of damage not having Heshra Kasungis on. So it just makes the build inherently worse. Do want to quickly test. There's Bane. Can't imagine this will suddenly make it really silly, but yeah, we used to have a temp of a touch of death duration and it made the damage bigger for it, and they sort of just removed all that stuff. And it's like, yeah. And then it all just got taken away. Yeah, so the damage is just absolutely wet noodle. Pretty sure that change I made didn't make a difference there at all. I mean, I could try something else quickly while we're here. Where's that glyph gone? Festa, I want that one in there. Okay. Where's my Balazan set? Not for a second thinking this is going to be stronger, but we'll give it a quick go. Hey, Zeref, how's it going? I'm expecting the damage will be rubbish now. I don't have any pull-in right now, but I suppose. I'm gonna go fix that, actually. I'm not playing with any pull-in at all right now. You definitely need pull-in on these builds. I still think my original setup's gonna be the best, and even that, it's just the worst stinger. Counted down the hours till you fly home over the weekend. Nice. When do you fly home? So we're going to need the cry rune. Cry, cry, cry. Okay. Hey, Bruno, how's it going, man? In 9 hours. Nice. Not too long then. You're going to the airport soon, I suppose, then. So, I mean, these gloves actually do make you giga tanky, to be fair. It actually does seem to work against those elemental effects now. It didn't before, it does now. Well, they make you pretty tanky. Like, you don't just get one shot, because it gets converted into this poison life. But you then can't really scale the damage up of your builds. Like, the effects that fires out Touch of Deaths doesn't really work very well. There's like no way to scale the damage properly. That's the problem. And even just adding ranks to Touch of Death on it will be nice, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough, I don't think. Yeah, so we're just hitting way weaker here, which makes sense because we've lost a massive damage multi in Heshra Kasungi and all that stuff. Oh, that's a good point. I've got Viscous Shield on. That's completely useless to me. Let me go and... Wow, even so... And look, they just don't have enough defense still. That might actually have to let them kill me to get out of here. Oh, let me out. Nice. You've been leveling up a Spiritborn character. You're babysitting. Okay, nice. Yeah, I just remembered. I've actually got Viscous Shield on. That's useless to us, isn't it? So it's all based on barrier. And we have no barrier. So that is a pretty big damage multi we're missing here. Yeah, honestly, I think if they want that one to stay the same, they need to put. They probably need to add up that swarm explosion thing to like 600% again, like it was, and then the damage would be okay, I guess. %80 more poisoning damage. Yeah, so you have to use revealing here. I'd normally put Colossal in here. I guess we can just try and put Canny down here. It's a bit harder to activate this one. Go up this way. I'll do. It's good enough for the purpose of testing. Just trying to think if there's anything else you can do to try and make these gloves half remotely decent. I don't think there is. I mean, obviously the stats on them aren't amazing. Hey, Kuko, how's it going? You're still finishing Season 13. You need to farm like 30 reliquaries. What do you think is the fastest? Probably just go smash out war plans. Honestly, you're doing them pretty fast. Like Helltide. Just try and avoid doing Infernal Hordes ones. Like Helltides, Undercities, normal Nightmare Dungeons in your war plans. You'll smash them out in no time. I took a semi-big decision today. After having played World of Warcraft for 12 years, I've decided to step away to get some free time from all the chores that there has been being in the high-end guilds. So now I have more free time spent on Diablo 4 and just in life in general. Nice! Yeah, World of Warcraft is definitely a way of life. Even more so than the games I'm playing. I mean, you'd probably want that in all damage overall. Yeah. I guess I probably shouldn't waste the resources on this too much, really, but... I mean, this isn't going to make the biggest difference. It's still going to be worse than what I was playing before. The Heshra Kasungi versions is better. It's just squishier. Yeah, it's okay. The Crazy of the Dead Gods does actually make you quite tanky. In the grand scheme of things. These have got elemental resistance, oh yay. But even against Crackling Souls, it's not enough. Look at my health. It's insane. It still melted me. So, yeah. And then you just don't really do any damage. I'm going to let them kill me because I'm going to go and... But it takes a while for them to kill me. Oh, they got me eventually. But it's... You just hit like a wet noodle. The 120 is going to be... No one's going to play it. So, yeah. The other version's better. So, yeah, the Crazy Dead Gods, it's just... It's in a really weird place. I can kind of see what they're trying to achieve with it, but it's not enough. If it Gatling cannons... If it allowed you to get more than 3 swarms in Gatling cannon swarms, then, yeah, it'd probably be quite sick. It'd probably be quite a cool pair of gloves. But as things currently stand, it does not, so... Big Sag. So we'll stick the other version back on. Equip. I mean, just to give a demonstration, barrier gen on this isn't quite so great, but I will need to put our diamonds back in here. Make sure that's all correct, yeah. I mean, the Tassets of the Dawning Sky with those past pair of gloves would be insane, actually, but again, that's just... Yeah, you could have put a pair of those in there, I guess. That would have made you giga tanky, but you just wouldn't have any damage. The pair, you just don't get any damage from it. It's weird. Touch of Death Swarm bursts every second. Applying a lot of poisoning damage over 6 seconds to surrounding enemies. I'm intrigued to try something else here. Without the Rod of Kepaleka. Where have those Crazy Dead God gloves gone again? Let's just put those away over here for now. Hey, Thirsty Lemon, how's it going? Might be a dumb question, but would the Widow's Web amulet be good with Stinger or Poison Crushing Hand? It works with poisoning damage. So for Poison Stinger, not so much, because that's hit poison damage. But for Poison Crushing Hand, that is poisoning damage. So yes, that would work. World of Warcraft is a way of life. There is so much stuff you need to update. Yeah, I know people have been absorbed by that and still are. You've got 2 seasonal achievements left. One because I'm dumb and salvaged my mythic seals. I still haven't got a mythic seal. And one to make a single flawless Heragic gem. Which seems unattainable. It's pretty hard to do, Bimmerbot, but that might be a bit easier next season. I think I was given mine by someone. I was just thinking, if we're not using Rod of Kepaleka, you don't necessarily need a Ring of Starless Skies. I'm just going to try something really crazy with Touch of Death. I'm going to try I'm going to try the other variant, basically. I know the Rod of Kepleka version. It's basically the same as Stinger. So I can basically replicate that guide. Let me just put a weapon back in here, actually. I just need to see the numbers on there. And you got these other variants. I don't think Craze of the Dead Gods works with Touch of Lightning. But what about... I mean, it does apply a lot of poisoning damage. So we won't need this. Oh. I've ended up with those there. It's weird. Just clear down my inventory here. This is going to be completely random. It's going to be terrible, I'm sure. Okay, I was making sure I hadn't salvaged things there. I want my Balazan. You're going to need the Balazan set for this. So we take those off. Put those in there. Put these on. No idea what unique charm I'm going to use right now. I don't even know if I've got a half decent seal for this. I've not kept many for that. Oh, I've got a centipede damage one. Oh, well, it's got crit damage, so that's useless to me. Might be the best I've got, though. Oh, damage over time, dexterity. That's probably the best I'm going to have. Yeah, that'll do. It's good enough. No idea which one of these I'd put in right now. Probably Sunstained, because it's big damage. Although you might want to wear the Sunstained. No, you probably don't. Not in this. That's not getting buffed next season, is it? Oh, actually, saying that, it will be. It'll go to 325. We'll start with it there. It's a big damage bump. We don't want crit. We want dot. I think I've got a dot weapon lying around somewhere. You won't necessarily want to attack Gigafast. I've transfigured this. I can't change it. That's annoying. Yeah, I need one which I can use that hasn't been transfigured. Have I must have a weapon lying around I can use that will make sense for this. Weapon damage, a 4 GA glaive. But I need dot damage. Dot, fire, weapon, life and kill. Weapon damage, max life, full damage. That might be the best thing I've got right now. Okay. Won't need this. I am thinking... Would we use the Shattered Vow on this? This will be particularly good next season. Let's just try it with that. I've probably got a better pair of pants for this. Can change fire res here to poison res, that'll be fine. Although this is fine, I've got all res on that. So that'll do for now. Oh, need to take some... Hey, one and only Nasty. How's it going, man? Yeah, not too bad. Thanks for the look. Appreciate it. I have 3 Heradric Skulls so far after doing a fair bit of Sears Reach farming. Oh, yeah. Is that the quest where you get loads of them? I never actually did it, so I assume that's what it is. Put in there. Put those in there. Boots. We won't need crit damage, so we won't need that. Aspect, interdiction won't do anything for us here. I suppose having 100% block chance reduces the direct damage to us, which in some ways helps us on the reduce the damage incoming, so maybe that's useful to us. I don't actually think I've got a Tacit's. Has anyone got, out of interest, a pair of Tacit's of Disguise pants? The resistance pants? The ones that give you up to like 160% resistance. They don't need to be amazing, but would be interested. We don't necessarily need that chest with max resource here, because we're not max resource stacking. I mean, I could go farm one. I was just wondering if anyone's got one hanging around. I salvaged a lot of my stuff, didn't I? Shadowstorm with the 18 months! 1.5 years, Shadowstorm. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. That's very kind. How are you doing, dudes? This is going to be so bad. It's going to be hilarious. But we're going to try it just to prove a point, I suppose. I was trying to see if I got a bit. I must have another pair of pants around that doesn't have basic skills next. We don't. Sorry. Another chest piece around that doesn't have max resource on it. That makes sense for this build. I've got so much gear lying around. There must be one. We don't need barrier gem, but I suppose I could roll that. Surely I've got something else. Guess I don't. I thought I would have. Oh, well, I've got loads of other chest pieces I can make stuff with. Oh, I actually had a GA max resource chest I could have used for my... I've got a couple of them. I should have used these, really, for my Stinger build. Never mind. So much random stuff lying around. I swear I had a chest piece around. I don't think I got rid of it. It was probably this one, and I rolled barrier gen on it. Oh well, I guess I'll use that, and I'll just roll barrier gen something else. I'm not going to use the build it was originally intended for anymore, I don't think. Resistances would be good. Poison res or all res. Poison res will do. Lovely. Okay, that can go in there. We can need cry. I don't even know what runes I want yet, so I guess I'll hold off on those. Harmony of Ibuwaka. Are we going to use that? Probably, because we want to gain the damage, really. We can try a couple of things, but we'll start with a Harmony of Ibuwaka with those. That's just damage, isn't it? Amulet. There's a couple things we can try here. Where did my other amulet go? Okay, have I got a decent poison one that I can use? That doesn't have dot on it. Where's... I must have one that's got dot on it somewhere. Here we go. This would have been my swarm one, but I can change this. Oh yeah, this is great. I want to try that and the Widow's Web. I think I've got a Widow's Web lying around somewhere. I hope I have. Or did I... I must have one of those around somewhere. I'm sure I tested with one. Maybe I salvaged them all. I gave away about 30,000 of those. I think I might have salvaged them all. Oh, well. I'll have to go farm one of those. Unless someone's got a Widow's Web lying around. But we'll try with this first. Gonna need Supremacy up there probably anyway. Rings. My inventory is such a mess. Holy hell. Where's my dot rings? I certainly did have some good dot damage rings. There we go. If you're using a Shatter Vow, you're not going to use the Widow's Web anyway, so we'll test it with this first. That's one. Have I got another one? I must have at least 2 decent rings lying around. I suppose I was using a reviving ring with damage over time, max life. I was using that with lightning, wasn't I? What about in here? Oh, here we go. I can roll this one. It's fine. You just get like some absurd amount of damage from this. It's pretty low, but it'll do. In the essence of not wasting too much. Too much resources. We got Writhing. Got Supremacy. What would we put in here? Did they add skills for each class, Demera? They didn't add skills, but they added new variants. So in a way, I guess. You've got a Widow's Web. Okay, I'll let you know if I need it. Already doing 512 trillion with Stinger. Yeah, the build I've got slaps. I'll probably just change one thing around on that build guide for the speed farm for a speed farming version. I'll change the spirit halls around except for pushing. I think. Don't really want to use Plains Power. Unless I have to. Cremators. Ferocious Galvanic. Yeah, it's not too bad. We'll just start with that for now. Need to do a different Coolian on there because that's not really useful to us. I think Apprehension would be the better one here. Does anyone have a Midnight Sun charm with max aspects? I do, but I need it, sadly. That's the one I'm using for my testing of my builds. So I can't give that to you, I'm afraid. I need to take footage with it. Yeah, sorry. Obviously, we can't re-roll them. Next season, you can re-roll the unique powers on the charms, I think, so it'll be easier to get the max ones. You just need to have the charms start with. It keeps re-rolling. It keeps rolling wild bolts. Come on, apprehension, please. I'm gonna have 200 rolls. I'd like to think I'd get it. Well, if you had enough resolve gen, you'd get damage from that all the time. But you can roll that on the boots as well. Apprehension, please. I just rolled exploiters again. There we go, got it. Okay, socket the ring and stuff. I don't really know how I'm going to build this. It's not something I've ever considered building, but it's totally different to what we've had before. I don't imagine this is going to be crazy. We don't... Pox Zik won't work here anymore. But we'll use Thrash, probably. So we can go Moni Zik, that's fine. So it'll activate pretty fast. Maybe Igni Cry. Because we kind of need to pull in, I think. Diamonds. Yeah, I need to go get my diamonds wherever they've gone. 1, 2, 3. Hey, gaming, how's it going? How's everyone doing? Not too bad, yourself? Oh yeah, Zach had some medical stuff going on. You keep crashing, Star Sergeant. No, that's not good. Okay, let's put those in there. Okay, I need to look at the skill tree here and figure out how I'm going to build this thing. So, we are not going to have the Path of Emissaries on, I don't think. I'm thinking we'll use Thrash. Ferocity Gem, maybe. You want something that's going to attack really, really fast. With high lucky hit chance. What's got a high lucky hit chance by base? That's 29%, isn't it? We can't have that one. Ooh, it hits lots of times. If we have 4 stacks of Ferocity, we hit an additional time. So we hit 3 times with a lucky hit chance of 29. Got a chance to potentially cast them out really fast. We already got 100% block chance anyway. Resolve. $26. Weakened. Wow, that does heal you really fast. We don't want the barrier. It's got a higher lucky hit chance. Alright, we'll try with that to start with. We've got all that stuff. We've got the cooldown stuff. Minimum velocity is 4. That's good, because that means this is going to hit all those extra times. It's got more chance to activate. DR, that's really handy. We're going to have vulnerable application anyway. We don't care about the cost reduction. So if we make that do the vulnerable. Have the heal. Which means we've got vulnerable anyway, so we can put the heal in here as well. We do not care about vigor, so we can put weaken in. We literally don't care about this. No idea. I'm going to keep my cooldowns off here. That's a bit of a concern. I am sort of thinking I might try Lord's Mantle on this version of the build. Might have to. Don't want a barrier, but we'll have the unstoppable. Don't want the barrier. We want the dot reductions. And we're not using the gorilla. The question is, probably going to use this. I think we're going to want Lord's Mantle on this. That's maxed out. I think we might need the Lord's Mantle on this, actually. Legitimately. And then we will actually do something like this. It's the only way I think we can get the cooldown low enough. I'm just thinking about it. I've actually got one of these, 4GA with Touch of Death on it. What's the chances? Oh, good. Zick, 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 zick. Oh, I've only got one on me. Okay. So that's going to bring the cooldown. More importantly, it's going to bring down like the cooldowns of all my poison skills. And then Ravager will do the rest, in theory. Well, that's the hope. I don't really know how else we solve it. This gives you a lot of healing, though. This is... I think they're buffing this next season. I think it's getting stronger. Supremacy doesn't really work so well with Devourer, funnily enough. But we'll give it a go. I might swap Riving and Supremacy around. Because I believe Riding double dips on the Zik.
Auspicious omen.
Okay. Definitely want another aspects on there. Debilitating. And now I need to do the Paragons. Okay. There's a poison build, so you're going to take bits of medicine. Might actually put that in last, though. So we use Convergence, Infighter, Revealing, and bits of medicine. Yeah. What's the nodes like on this? Maybe it's better to go for this one first. How do I normally exit out of this board? I normally come in here and come along here. Yeah, and I'll do that board last because I know how I normally build it. Convergence. Revealing. We actually do want the lucky hit. And bits of medicine. Because we are actually going to be healing a lot on this build.
I am dead inside.
What was that? I heard a sound. I can't see what it was. Hey, Leandrom, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Probably, actually, we'll come back for the healing receive. Make sure I actually got enough. I mean, let's be honest, I'm going to want all this stuff, aren't I? You put Bane in here, it's really, really quick and easy to activate. That's why I like to do it this way around. And then since it's a poison build we're about to try, we're definitely going to want all of that stuff. There we go. Quite a decent number of these. Colossal will go in here. I think I've missed one node. 74. Oh, there we go. I'll take the lucky hit nodes. Shadowstorm, it's you. Okay. How's it going, Shadowstorm? Thanks for the bits, dude. Appreciate it. You're going to try 150 with Stinger. I don't think you're going to do a 150 with Stinger, but if you do, let me know. That sounds pretty insane. Yeah, good luck. Right, we'll probably have Canny on this build. We can't have more than 3 stacks of such a storm things, so it's kind of rubbish to us. No. No, because we're not critting. No. Headhunters, maybe. Talon, Fulminate, Wildfire, Exploit. Innate, Fester probably. Hone, Guzzler, Turf. Okay, well, Fester can come down here, I suppose. Yeah, having fun there. Dear. The chosen one. Oh, you're funny. Okay, that's Vesta. Where's Canny? Trying to remember which one of these boards is better to put Canny in. Probably not this board. I can't actually remember how much we can get in this board. It's only 54 here, is it? Okay, and what about down here? It's a bit of a pain getting all the in up here, though. Two, three, it's the same, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, there's definitely more down here. 100% more. Oh, you have to come up here because there's that node there. That's the problem with this one. With getting all the int on this board is so messy. It's literally all over the place. So messy. 59. It's messy and you only get one more. Oh no, you get 64 in there. Yeah, it's just messy as hell getting that there. It's probably not worth it. The last one, I guess, will be Headhunter. There's nothing really else that's worth it. Surf, Innate, Vesta. Got that. And this can go anywhere, so this is probably better in here. Google it! Good times. Okay. Right, well, this is going to be an interesting and terrible experiment, I am certain. I probably should have put these in that one up there, actually. So we get a lot more out of this. 54. Okay. Hey, Clink's here. How you doing, Clink? Cheers. You just hit for 24 quadrillion. How did you hit for 24? Is that because you grouped about 1,000 enemies up, Zach? Is that what you're doing? You're going around and grouping absolutely everything up and then just blasting them all at the same time? How about no? Mini-me. You didn't pull a hole. Are you using my setup, Zach? You pulled very little, so how did you hit for 24 quadrillion then? Okay, so I don't think I hit that hard myself. You might have better gear than me, to be fair. But yeah, okay. I mean, you can multiply that up a bit next season. Because all the uniques I'm using with the Heshrecker Sungi and that is all going to get stronger. No bone mill. There's another bug. You can come back on Tuesday. I'm holding this one close to my chest. It is pretty insane. Zach's just done 24.7 quadrillion on live. I've done a quadrillion. Yeah, whack job. I'm good. How you doing? It's a rubbish on single target, but it's potentially going to push very high in the pits if you can get the right setup. Towers will be trickier because bosses don't have ads on them. So I don't know how you do the towers, to be honest. But yeah, that's a pretty nutty amount of damage if you actually did do that. Yeah, I found it yesterday, and it is pretty insane. I was trying to work out I know exactly what's going on as well, but I'm holding that one close. I'm not reporting it until after the season goes live, so I can have some fun with it. Right, this is a completely new build. This is going to be utterly disgusting and rubbish. Let's check it out. Let's see what happens. I need to put all emeralds in here. Oh, goodness me. Bloody hell, we got raided by Rob, everybody. Rob, you're coming in a bad time. You're going to see me try a very bad build. Also, Rob, I actually do have a piece of information for you. Stinger goods. Stinger very good. Someone just did 24.7 quadrillion on live with it, with my setup. You can come back on Tuesday and ask me how. Yeah. I found some... Yeah, Stinger. I found something yesterday. I found a bug. I know exactly what the bug is. I'll report on Tuesday once I get a chance to play it a little bit. It might... It's amazing for leveling. It'll be extremely good for pit pushing. I don't know about the tower because the interaction requires ads. And obviously bosses on the... Your bosses might just take forever. But it's really, really good for... let me see if I can just swap to my build here quickly, and I can just give you a really quick demo of what I've like slapped together. My gear's kind of... let me just slap that. I was literally about to test a full poison touch of death. It's going to be terrible. Yeah, let me equip this. I haven't got any... Oh, God, I haven't got anything in these. One second, I need to put all my jewels in. But I can sort of demonstrate. It's obviously nowhere near as fast as Swarm because it doesn't have the evade tech. I'm sort of testing builds that don't have the evade stuff because only a few builds can really make use of that properly. Right, I just need to take my gems out here so I've got some damage. Give us 2 secs and then I'll be ready to show you. Let's slap those in there, slap those in there. This is my farming setup. Yeah, that's right. And I need Pockzik, and then we're good to go. Pock. But yes, there's a particular interaction. I'm actually sad I didn't try this earlier in the season. There's a particular interaction that makes it do a lot more damage than it should be doing, probably, to be honest. But I'll take it because it's still going to be... Swarm is still going to be relatively close to it, even with that, which is ridiculous. Oh, well... Unless you get 1,000 enemies on top of each other. I think this will cap around pit 140, tower 140. I did a pit 130 earlier with my trash gear. Well, my OK gear. On live. So it will absolutely do pit 140 next season with all the mythic buffs. There's like 3 mythics that will get buffed. So once we get going, you just literally zoom. So it's got 240 movement speed, give or take. It's got decent AoE. It'd help if there's some enemies to actually demonstrate combat on. Go to Helltide, no demons. And yeah, it's just pretty chill. You've got the Ravager lock-on tech that we used to have pre-Lord of Hatred, so you've got some mobility there as well. Yeah, and it just nukes. So, I mean, it's going to smash T12. It's going to be stronger than this next season. Absolutely. And for pushing, it just does crazy high numbers. You'll never see them here because the enemies don't stay alive long enough. So, it's pretty good. Swarm is still going to get near 140. And there'll be a couple other pushing builds. I think I've got about 7 or 8 builds for Spiritborn down as 135 plus. Give or take. Going decent pit. Yeah, okay, 2 secs. To do that, I'll just swap these around. More damage. And I'll take these boots off for it if I've got my other ones. Yeah, there we go. That's more damage as well. I've actually got the wrong... I need to change this aspect for this build as well. Otherwise, I'm going to be squishy AF. We're getting quite a lot of like armor and resistance buffs. But I'll put glins on for now because it will just simplify things. Here we go. Right. 1, 2, 5. There we go. Hey, Cypher, thanks for the follow. Yeah, no worries, Zach. Zach's playing it right now, and he just did 24.7 quadrillion on live with it, Rob. So it can hit very hard, but you'll see what I mean. It doesn't do the damage very often, but when it does, it just blows everything up. And once Supremacy stacks up, it just gets going. So I just need to wait for my Supremacy to stack a little bit, and then we should be good to go. I'll find some enemies here. Obviously, I've taken off all my mobility here pretty much just to put more damage on because that's what you're going to do in a pushing scenario anyway, right? So yeah, the more enemies I've got around these elites, the better. I think Spiritborn's biggest issue will be defenses, yeah. Even with glins, we're still squishy right now. So I'm hoping to resist. I'm going to start another one here because this is a terrible map for Spiritborn. We really want them, oh, for God's sake. I keep asking them to make this timer shorter because 5 seconds is way too long. I got to start another one. I want a map that's more open than that, really. Alright, let's try again. Yeah. Best leveler, best pusher. Well, it'll be up there. I don't know what will be the best. You might have Lightning Quill up there as well, honestly. But that is only going to be good for pushing. Quill Body's going to suck for everything else, I think. Alright, let's get this going. It's a little bit better. Yeah, so to get the big... I don't have the gear that Zach has, I guess. So he gets much higher numbers than me. But I have hit for over quadrillion on my setup. That's how I noticed it yesterday. I was like, hang on a minute. How did I hit for that much damage? So we'll just go find the elites. Where are they? So yeah, when I've got lots of enemies, you just want to poison them all, basically. And once they're all poisoned, you start doing, like, crazy amounts of damage to them all. But you have to also wait for your Zik rune to activate. Yeah, it's 46 trillion there. I probably won't get any quadrillions here right now. I've not hit. My gear only gets me there occasionally, but I get 100 trillions quite often. I need to find some elites. Where the hell are the elites at? When I'm trying to demonstrate something, we don't get literally. I'm not fighting a shielded one. That can go away. Oh, saying that, there's a lot of enemies here. I need to try and group them all together. Oh, there's another pack here. Okay, cool. Right, let's try this then. Hey, get lots of enemies together, and then your stuff just starts to die. But yeah, we're a bit squish, to be honest. I may have some stuff missing on this setup because I was getting ready. I was repurposing some of the gear. The single target's a bit poop though. That's the only thing. So you're gonna be. Yeah, I did a pit 130 earlier, and I got to the boss with 9 minutes left. And the boss took me about 5 minutes solo with no minion, no ads. So a 130 was doable in this gear I've got. I think if I get a better open room with lots of enemies, I can just nuke them all. So it'll be okay. What's the mechanic? I'll show you in a sec, yeah. Let me see if I can find a group of enemies where I can actually get them grouped together properly without pylons and stuff in the way. I'm not fighting those. Crackling Soul is just... I don't know what your thoughts is on Crackling Soul, Rob, but that mechanic for melee builds, unless you're immortal, sucks, to be honest. It's really, really bad for Spiritborn. We cannot tank it at all. We got no shot. I probably can't even tank these, to be honest. Even with Glins. There we go, look. So once we get lots of enemies, look how far, yeah, look, there are hundreds of trillions, there you go. You see how much damage I just did to that elite in one go? 133 trillion there. 347 trillion. There you go. It's a bit of a better demonstration. Like, if I get more enemies grouped together, then you can get even more damage. And if you've got better gear, then like my Hesherek Asungis is really bad on this. I don't have the crit damage on it, but I could get massive amount more damage there. I get 100 crit damage I'm missing. I literally just slap those on. Yeah, so I won't finish it, but I'll show you what it's doing. Yeah, I think this is going to... I've put this as high. I actually put this in S tier for overall. Because... one sec, I think I've got my list, actually. Yeah, roughly. Here we go. One sec, let me show you. There you go. So, my list here... This is my estimations. I reckon Swarm will go... I actually think Swarm will go to 140. I was having a think about this earlier. I think Swarm will go at... With really, really good gear, of course. And... oh, yeah. Also, Rob. Bear in mind, my gear right now, I have 0 transfigurations on. Absolutely none. Except the Coolian. So, obviously, if I wanted to try hard and get poison damage multipliers across the build on every single piece of gear... That's going to make... That's going to give you a few pit levels or tower levels, probably. That's quite a lot of damage I'm missing there. And then the Hesherek Asungi, the Rod of Kepaleka is getting giga buffed, which double dips with the resource cost reduction. Hesherek Asungis is getting stronger. I've got 4 spirits, so Harmy Ibawaka is getting buffed, and that gives me a lot of damage. This set is getting buffed. We're going to get the Mythic Seal, which allows 3 charms. So we take the 200x at the bottom, we remove that. We put the Lockrins and the Protean's Heart on, giving us about 240x all the time. So there's a lot of damage. And all we're losing on this build is the... we're losing some resolve stacking, which is a bit of damage, but it's nothing like what we're gaining. So it's going to be stronger next season, a lot stronger. The actual mechanic, before I show you my list again, is... so I don't know if you remember Stinger before. It was a bit rubbish. And the reason it was rubbish in the past is because it damages all enemies and poisons them, still does that. And then... We've got Potent Stinger now, so it makes it so that it always deals that damage to all surrounding enemies, even if they're not poisoned. And then if they were poisoned, it also deals 50% more to them. So that's great. It's meant to do that. I don't know if you remember this, but the previous version of Stinger, one of its variants called Rampant Stinger, flipped this on its head. It made it so it drags all the damage from the enemies you've poisoned, and instead of damaging them... it makes you do more damage on your initial impacts in the area you hit for, increasing the damage of your base damage of your skill. But it multiplies the base damage of the skill, I think. So it was like 10% on Rampant Stinger, but it would for every enemy that's poisoned that it drags from, it would just multiply up further. And I'm pretty certain what's happened here is when they've recoded these skills, this is what Rampant Stinger used to be. And the person that's recoded this... It's probably got the correct text here. I think under the bonnet, mechanically, the code still exists for Rampant Stinger. Because that's what's happening. If I run around with Toxic Skin, poison like 20 enemies, and then hit it, you just hit way harder. So, I only found this yesterday. So, this just is going to be one... This is the strongest core skill. Like, hands down. I can't see any... With that mechanic. And, yeah, it's pretty strong. So... Yeah, so this is going to be... I mean, it depends where you put it. If you put it against other classes, it may well be A tier. In relative terms of Spiritborn, this is S tier. So I've got Swarm and Lightning Quill Volley and Potent... Yeah, and Poison Stinger at about 140. I think all 3 of those will potentially get to 140 with really, really good gear. Give or take. And I've got... Fire, quill volley, fire rate, gorilla rate, crushing hand, lightning stinger. They will all do 135. Payback and touch of death will do 130. I've tested rod of Kepaleka, touch of. It's really funny. Poison touch of death used to be a better stinger. It's now the other way around. It's just worse than stinger right now. But it'll do 130 still. Fire rock splitter will do 130. Firestorm is going to be our fastest build. That will do 130. Well, that and evade storm feathers, but Firestorm will probably have more damage. That'll do 130. Fire sword is actually pretty good. That'll do 130. So we've got a lot of builds that will do 130 to 140 if people want to play them. But obviously, speed-wise, even Swarm and like Firestorm was faster than Swarm, and Firestorm will be faster than Swarm because we can use the feather pickup tech to reduce the mobility of the Russian Claw, the cooldown of Russian Claw. So yeah, I've put Poison Stinger and Swarm in S for, and then everything else, pretty much everything else is in A or B relative to Spiritborn. But I guess some of these might come down against the other classes. I think Rogues and Barbs are just way stronger, right? Hey, Vade, thanks for the follow. Also, thanks for the raid. Guys, if you haven't checked out Rob, sorry, I should have done this when you jumped in. Obviously, I'm pretty sure everyone here knows who you are, Rob, but they should definitely go check you out. Let's give you a shout out. I don't know if that actually happened. Yeah, I was literally just... Oh, you did get a shout out. Yeah, nice. I was literally just about to, just for the sake of it, go and just prove that Crazy the Dead God still sucks and go test out some crazy poison touch of death build that's probably going to suck balls, to be honest. But at least then I've tested it. These potency skills are in a really sad state of affairs. It makes me really sad. I keep giving them feedback and it's like, these just don't work. These two just don't work. The changes are not going to make these work. Payback's okay. But it's nothing special. Honestly, I feel like this is quite lazy now. Just making these core skills, it's just like, you're just making them worse versions of these. I don't know. I really want there to be like a Gatling cannon version of Touch of Death. I want this and Craze of Gods to be like crazy Gatling cannon swarms or something. Like minions. I wanted a minion swarm, Touch of Death swarm build or something. That would have been sick. And like Payback. You can have the pulse firing forward. That's really cool. But the other two variants, I don't know. Not that interesting, really. So I don't know. Hey, Mont, thanks for the sub. Appreciate it, dudes. Yeah, oh well. Back to testing out the old touch of death thing. We'll see how bad this is. Equip, here we go. Yeah, no worries, Rob. Sorry, I did say I'd get back to you, but I literally was testing it today. I've fully written up my guide for it now, so it's yeah, it's what I'm gonna level. It's what I'm gonna play on Tuesday. But thanks so much for the raid, dude. I'll catch you soon. I think I might. Yeah, this is fine. I'm pretty much just reused the gear here. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh no, I just overrode the whole bit. Oh no, I didn't. I don't think I saved my poisons touch of death build. I've got to rebuild the whole thing. No! Oh, bummer. Well, good. Everyone that watched me put that together, I was literally about to go test it as well. Never mind. I thought I saved it. Clearly not. Okay, let's stick that in there. This is fine, that's fine. That goes in there. That one goes in there. That goes in there. Put that in there. I'm going to need those socketables. Right, that's all the items. Let's get the socketables in there. Mecrus, yeah, I know, rip. It's fine. It won't take me too long to put together. Whoa, what the hell's happened to my frame rate? What the... That was weird. I think I need to restart my Diablo. I think the memory leaks just hit. One sec, I'm going to restart my Diablo. Yeah, I think the memory... just give me a sec, guys. I'm just rebooting the game. The memory leak hits eventually, and then it just starts to chug. Hey, Kyle, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. But yeah, welcome in, everyone that came in, Rob. I'm the Mobilytic Spiritborn guy, so I do test a lot of the non-meta stuff. And obviously, we intentionally had a lot of new stuff to play around with. Some of it doesn't work properly or very well, sadly, but I figured... I said I'd test Touch of Death today, so we're going to test at least one of the... I don't think the Lightning version works properly right now, so I'm going to test this Poison one. It'll be terrible, but at least then I've tested it and I can give feedback on it. And the Touch of Death build is almost certainly going to be Rod of Kepaleka again. And then I've pretty much tested most things at this point. I've got a few other builds I can test next season, but I'm not going to get them done for next week now. Okay, right, that's better. My frame rate isn't going at like 10. That helps. Okay, I didn't actually need to take those out. That can go in there, in there. Poison, poison, poison res. Okay, that looks fine. Double poison. Yeah, it's the bit that's going to take me a minute to redo. Although I do vaguely remember what I put in, and so it should take me a bit less time. We've got 100% block chance anyway. Good point, actually. I think that's changing to being crowd controlled or becomes injured, but it's still... Okay, I might actually just give that a go. Resolve. Okay, so we're going to use that. Obviously, we want all this. Don't really care for this. We'll max this out. We want all the cooldown we can get in the world. Hey, Diablo Steve. I'm copying you. I'm going to level with the fastest leveling build and into Swarm. Yeah, Swarm will still be pretty good. Yeah, I'll have that guide updated tomorrow, hopefully. Maximum Ferocity, probably. Because we're going to have Ferocity Gen anyway. Or are we? Maybe not. Okay, let's go in there. We don't care for those. We want all the healing. I was going to use this. I might not need to, though. Funnily enough. It's not actually doing that much for me, necessarily. Weakens. Healing. Obviously, we need the Zik rune damage, so that's just cracked. The resolve won't work right now, which is sad, but never mind. The dot reductions. That, because of the lucky hit chance, that can activate my Crazed Gods. Obviously maxing out Touch of Death. Poison, healing. Vulnerable. And then we take all of the healing and dot stuff here and the poison scaling. And we're left with 8 points. I might try putting in here as well. That's unstoppable and damage reduction. Resolve. Block chance. Just try it out. Why not, I suppose? Put those in there. It doesn't matter where they go. So that's your skills.
I need to find what the best activator would be in this situation. Trying to work. Okay, yeah, we don't really have any velocity generation, so we need to get some minimum of. So I need to take all these off. Go sort my talisman out. Do you have a cheat sheet? When you say a cheat sheet, in which sense? I mean, I do. I've got a massive list of like all the builds I've tested and where they've gone and loads of calculation stuff and all sorts. I'm not going to make that public though, because it's kind of my own thing. I sort of dump loads of notes and stuff in there. Sometimes put some things in there I don't necessarily want to share immediately, because I'm testing things or making notes about stuff, you know. Right, we want the sun stained. Sun stain. I've got one with skills somewhere, haven't I? Although, unless it's got centipede skills, and it's going to be useless to me. Yeah, I don't have one with those skills. That's sad. Well, that's got life. Yeah, we need centipede skills. So most of these aren't going to apply, are they? Which means I've only got 3 minimum velocity. Oof. Actually, if I've got one with Jaguar skills... Where's that other one? Yeah, I do. Okay, 4 minimum velocity. This is fine then. Good. Just means I've got the 4, so I hit extra times with this. That's the main thing. I'd actually want centipede skills in all of these. In literally everywhere, but I don't have any of these. I don't know if I've got any I can re-roll with. I don't think I have. I think I threw them all away. I've got one. It's a particularly good one, though. I don't think I'd want to throw that away. Yes, I mean, there's obviously a lot of damage I'm missing there. I kind of want to test without actually casting Touch of Death. Although the cooldown's 6 seconds. Yes, you could easily get like another 20 ranks in this or something. Easily. And this will come with Touch of Death ranks as well. I just want to test to see how this works more than anything. I need to see the Paragon board as well. Do you have a build for best Spiritborn build? Season 14, it'll be Stinger or Swarm probably, or for general gameplay. And then Firestorm will probably be pretty quick as well. That'll be pretty nice for general farming. And there'll be a bunch of builds that can play the game. Like Crushing Hand and Rake will be pretty good. And Cool Volley will push pretty high, but it kind of sucks to play otherwise. I've got to try and remember where I put all the glyphs in here now. I can't remember where I put all the glyphs. I want to say I put Canny in here. Did I put Canny in here? No, it was messy as hell in here, wasn't it? Okay, let's build the boards out, because I know roughly where some of them go, so I can work the others out by denomination. Oh. Azura, how's it going? First time chatter. Are you able to briefly show the free items you can get in Season 13 Battle Pass? Yeah. Reliquaries, here we go. So the free items we got here were these ones here. So yeah, the free ones are, so it was these gloves here, this horse here, a few weapons, portal skin, it's like metallic gold, horse armor, and some premium currency. And then on top of that, I should probably accept all these. We got this World of Warcraft one as well. I should actually probably go through, and you earned this in game, so I can actually, you got all these for free as well. I need to go and claim all these. I'll do this at some point. Hey, Neodin, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. So yeah, they do occasionally throw extra stuff in for free, Beeves as well. Yeah, obviously the basic free stuff is inherently going to be worse than the paid Battle Pass stuff. The paid Battle Pass stuff is like, you know, you got... To be honest, the armor skin this season wasn't the greatest. The portal's pretty cool, though. This one's cool. Like, you get the full armor. I think the gloves came free. And then you get that bit in here. And then if you go to, like, the beast, you get another part of it. So you get the full armor set. That looks... So once you get the full armor set there, that's pretty cool. If I remember rightly, the paid weapons were really cool this season. Some of the paid weapons were pretty cool. Yeah. We'll have to see what they're like next season. They vary. I mean, some of them have been better than others, of course, but... Yeah, I mean, the Battle Pass isn't hugely expensive. I always have a couple I give away each season as well, so be sure to check in. You never know, you might win one. Yeah, I'll claim other stuff when I'm not busy trying to get my build together again. Right, revealing. Yeah, Colossal goes in there because it's just easy to do it all. All the lucky hit chance, because that's actually quite important on this build. And then we'll want bits of medicine. Okay, let's come through here, take all these. Right, Bane goes in here. It's just easy to activate it all. 49. Where have I missed them? There's two more. One. Boop, boop, boop. Where's the other one? Am I being blind? Oh no, 54 might be the cap actually. Yeah, right. Colossal can go in here. So I think I've got all of those. That looks fine. Canny's going somewhere. I can't remember which board I put that in. I think I might put that in here. I think it's just a lot easier to activate it all. Yeah, 54 there. It doesn't need to be an optimal setup. It just needs to have the right stuff in. That's all. Fester will go in one of these and Headhunter in the other. Yeah, so Fester can go down here. Get as many of those as we can. I've run out of nodes, and then Headhunter can go in the other one. We just don't really have any other option that really makes a lot of sense. I guess that'll just be 65. Okay, that's the Paragon. Right, let me just double check everything here. I was going to try this, just crazy healing. Loads of damage reduction. This gives us crazy cooldown reduction. It's the only way I can see us being able to use Devourer quick enough. I'm using this purely just for attack, really. What's my attack speed like? It's going to be terrible, isn't it? You'd probably... Oh, well, I've got attack speed on berserking on this, but you would probably put attack speed on here as your temper. So, I guess I'll have 45, 65 of Infighter. It's not too bad. It could be better. Oh, and we've got Veracity on top of that. And I can go to 6 stacks with that, right? Well, 4. I'd have to use Thrash and not this. Thrash is the other option. That generates Veracity. That might be the way to go. Let's try it with Thrash to start with, because you get Veracity Gen in it. To reduce an active cooldown. And then we can put that to... that, so we get 30% attack speed there, so that's going to be 30, 50, 65. Yeah, we're pretty much caps. Okay, cool. Right, well, YOLO. This is going to be giga bad. This is going to be hilarious. Going to be a lot of wasted time, and then one. Hey, Ron, how's it going, man? Welcome in. Have I tried out Crushing Hand? Yes, I have a build for that. And I've got to make some tweaks for next week, but it's mostly there. That will do up to pit 135 next season, I reckon. Yeah. I've pretty much gone through all of the Rod of Ket builds at this point. I don't know how tanky I'm going to be here. Okay, well. I'm not actually casting Touch of Death, so I have not... I need to see if it actually... Do I have to have Touch of Death? Oh, okay, it does work, look. I don't have to have Touch of Death on my bar. That's what I wanted to know. Do I have to have Touch of Death on my bar for Touch of Death to actually spawn? Now, I can obviously not use the Shattered Vow. And put a Widow's Web on for more damage. That's another way of going. Okay, well, we can obviously do T8 with this, so that's fun. Let's try T12. Is this build... Your highest damage with Stinger is 926 quadrillion. You're gonna have to you're gonna have to tell me offline, Zach, how you're doing that. Please. I mean, if we're doing nearly a quintillion. Nearly doing a quintillion on Stinger on live. Yeah, tell me how you're doing that, because I've definitely hit nowhere near that. I know your gear's probably better, nowhere near better, but that's a bit of an advancement on what I did before. Or what you said you did before. That's ridiculous. That is, yeah, that's pretty nutty. So I don't actually fire. Might have to put Touch of Death on the bar. I need them to hit me. I need them to do damage to me, so I actually fire my Touch of Deaths. Because I need my health to be poisoned for the Touch of Deaths to auto cast. I mean, I'm happily chilling in T12. I'm pretty tanky considering I haven't got barrier. But yeah, I might actually have to I might have to change this so I can manual cast. I mean, to be fair, That payback's giving me 40% DR. How long does it last for? For 3 seconds. It's gonna, I don't know what the bossing damage is going to be like on this. Guess we go find out. My main damage is focused on going such a depth, and right now I haven't got that casting, so I might actually have to... Yeah, I think I've got so much damage reduction, I might actually taking damage on my health, which I kind of need to. I need my health to be poisoned for the craze of dead gods to actually work. Is it bugged? Yeah, tell me on Discord what you're doing to get such high numbers, Zach. You must be doing something I wasn't. I mean, that does work, though, what I was doing there for defense. But that's going to have to go in there, I guess. Doesn't matter about the other points. Well, let's just try a 110 here. I discovered it yesterday, Diablo. Steve. I just refined it enough today. And Zach's just going off and breaking it further. Right, there we go. I need my health to get poisoned like this. I want to see if I can even do damage. Did I just get... Oh, that's a good point, actually. I haven't got unstoppable on the build. Yeah, that's an issue. Okay, I can do damage. Yes, I can do damage. Okay. What I'm thinking does work. I need to change a skill, though. I don't know where I'm going to put it, though, actually. I have to have Scourge. I have to have these skills on there. You need that for the armor. I need this for the cooldown, I think. I was definitely too squishy there. But that was doing a lot more damage. We'll just go back to T12 again and test that. Heard about the new golden orb caps. Yeah, I'm glad they're finally rising obols up to 25,000. It probably needs to be 250,000 to be honest, but 25,000 is a lot better than 2,500, so I'll take it. Yeah, holy hell. Okay. My touch of deaths are applying quite a decent amount of poison. I need to go farm myself a Tacit's. I think I need to go farm myself a Tacit's pants. Unless someone has one already. I think we might need that. Where do we... Oh, can I even farm one? Oh, no. It might be one of the ones you can't even farm, and I... Oh, no, you can't. Does anyone have a Tacit's of the Dawning Sky hanging around in their inventory? I think I salvaged the one I had. It's the Resistance pants.
From creation to destruction.
Because I'm definitely not tanky enough right now, and I'm trying to figure out how on earth I get tankier. I guess I might not be generating a lot of resolve, so that might not be doing anything for me. Let me put damage over time on it. Let me put disobedience on here. That might be the problem, to be honest. How many days until season 14? Season 14 is on Tuesday. I might have actually legitimately made a T12 viable poison touch of death build. But I need to be able to not, like, die. What's my attack speed at? Wow. They did a lot of damage to me. Yeah, I think I want a Tacit of the Dawning Sky Pants, but I don't have one. I kind of don't want to put up a Rod of Kepaleka Touch of Death build, even if it's going to be the best version. It's just the worst version of Stinger. I'd really rather make Touch of Death a different build, you know. I'd rather do a full poison build like this or something. I can't actually see the numbers. I need to swap to normal numbers because our big numbers here are going to be dots and then be white. I need to see what I'm ticking for. I'm probably going to die in the background here. Oh no, we're good. Supremacy's staying stacked. So yeah, our problem was I wasn't stacking any resolve. Okay. That kind of makes sense. Alright, I'm going to go to a harder pit. Yeah, I think my problem was I wasn't stacking resolves. I actually didn't have any DR from that pair of pants at all. The 2,500, yeah, you could literally get to a point where you could fill it up 3 or 4 times, couldn't you, in one dungeon? Let's try a 110. I'm not going to get too ambitious. If I could do a 120 on this, I'd be really happy. Like, wow. I don't want 6 builds that are all Rod of Kepaleka, you know, and especially where half of them are just worse than the best ones. It'd be nice to have a Touch of Death build that's actually just different. So we've got to wait for Supremacy to stack. That actually takes a minute on these builds, same as it did on Swarm. But I'm pretty sure we're going to clear 110 here easily enough. Could also try with the Widow's Web and put Supremacy on the weapon. And not use Shattered Vow. I would attack slower, but... Crazy, the deck gods isn't actually doing anything for me currently. It does make me quite tanky, though. So it means when I get hit, it doesn't actually do all the damage to me. It gets put on as dot damage, in a way. I guess I could try without it and see how squishy I am and then you get a damage aspect on. Because unless my health is actually poisoned, if I've got 0% of my health is poisoned, there will be a 0% chance I'll auto-cast the Touch of Death. Because basically my swarms are going around and pulsating poison. Oh, it's got minus billion. Yeah, okay, it's got over 2 billion damage because look, it's gone to negative damage there. I could get another 20 ranks in my Touch of Death as well, so it'll be a lot stronger with that in mind. But having a pair of gloves with all the damage multis would make this mega. But I think would be really, really squish. That's a good point, actually. Isn't one of them like an extra charge or something for... Maybe it is. I'll have a look at that. Next season, you could run Andariels for the Mega Poison resists. And Ibawaka as a charm. Could... The poison res isn't that high, though. But you could. Yes. That absolutely would be. I mean, the poison damage wouldn't do anything for you on there. That's the only thing. I'm actually using Loyalty's Mantle at the moment. Because it makes my cooldowns really low. But I suppose we could test... Have I got another Moni? Although I'm going to need these, I think. I think I'll be mega squished with this. We can test it, though. So watch me get claps here. You think you know what it is, Zach? Okay. Alright, nice. Let me know. Can you message it to me on Discord, please? That's not something I want to make public just yet until we figure out what it is. Yes, my damage will be higher. It'll be a matter of can I survive still. Because I'm... No. No is the answer, probably. Yeah, having double centipede reduces their damage and gives myself quite a lot of healing. Can you whisper it to me on Twitch instead then, Zach? Whisper it to me on Twitch, because it's persistent, then I'll lose it if you send it to me in game. Yeah, I think we want this. Reduces the cooldown so I can smash Devour, etc. Weakened. Touch of Death gains an additional charge. Do we need that is the question. I don't know. We'll need that for vulnerable if we do that. Which is fine. You can't use Temerity with this villains. Yeah, whisper it to me on Twitch. I'm intrigued to know, because that damage number is obviously way higher than what I've been doing. This will technically allow me to... Yeah, the additional charge doesn't make a difference. Because it doesn't recharge 2 charges at the end, so you're actually better off having the other thing in and then having the heal. The Scourge, probably. If it recharged both charges. Yeah, I'm not staying at 3 Touch of Deaths either. I really want this pair of gloves to change to be like just not that lucky hit direct damage thing. To be honest. But yeah, the additional charge doesn't actually help us much here. So we can change that back to what it was. Yeah, without that, I don't think I'll ever get to 3 instances of it. Oh well, screw it. Let's just try like a 115 and see how that goes. I didn't expect this to be crazy. I was just intrigued by it. Lunasa, how's it going? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. See, Stinger's going to be crazy, yeah. Have I ever played Destiny 2? A long time ago, yeah. Vanilla. It's a long time ago. I can't remember how many years, but it's been quite a few. I'll just wait for... kind of want to be taking damage. That's the thing. I'm knocking them down constantly with the Zik rune. It's kind of counterintuitive. You don't really... I need the Zik rune for the damage, but I need to be taking damage so that my HP fills up with poison. There we go. And then I'll actually spawn all the extra Touch of Death swarms. Well, I saw 500 billion on that enemy. Yeah, so I'm getting to 500 billion tick on this thing. It's just not getting to crazy trillions. I got to like 500 billion damage or something. Like dot ticks, that is. I mean, my craze of the dead gods gloves are definitely not great. No idea how they're going to scale as mythic version, to be honest. I mean, this is a hell of a lot tankier than the Rod of Kepaleka version. So that's kind of nice. Oh, on this build, I actually can just sit in, well, for the majority of it, I can actually just sit in and take the damage. Which is kind of nice. Alright, I'm not going to finish this. This is probably what I'll put up as a touch death build, to be honest, and I'll just put it as a lower tier. You're having the best time on Destiny 2. It's a good game. A lot of people really enjoy that game. Yeah. Nikki, how's it going? Also, you would ideally want the increased damage from Craze to be closer to 0. Yeah, obviously mine's increasing by 7, but that's okay. I just feel like... I mean, obviously having dot damage on here would be really nice. I guess what we could try here... Let me see if I've got a weapon I can make use of. I need one that isn't transfigured, so I might have to use... I might have to make a new one. That's maybe what that was there. I actually don't think... I think I gave everything else away. Let me try something here. If I get lucky, maybe this will roll some max life. Yes, it did. Nice, okay, I can use this weapon. This will do. Doesn't matter that it attacks slower. Has someone got a Widow's Web I can grab off them that's half decent? Not absolute trash. An actual amulet. I kind of gave all mine away. Drink City Streamer. Cheers, man. Cheers, everybody. Gotta keep me hydrated, yeah. If not, what we can... If not, I can't try this weapon anyway. I need to actually have a Widow's Web, and I gave them all away. But I can try. I think I've got one of these hanging around somewhere. Where did you go? Hopefully I didn't throw this away as well. I thought I had a half decent sun stained. Where did I put it? Oh, I've got it here. Oh, it's a crit one. It's not that good, really. Try and craft one. Yeah. That's right, and I can temper on attack speed here, like I would need. You got a level 850. What's the stats on it? Oh, actually, what's the aspects on it? Because I can't re-roll the aspects on it. Check my whispers. You'll have to send it to me again, because if you send it to me, I think I reset my game and I've lost it. It's gone. Sorry. Could try and get poison multi here, but I don't want to use all the rest of my souls up. Oh, all damage this will do. Yeah, no problem. I could actually just put writhing on there for now. If the aspect's 300, that's good. That's fine. That'd be good enough, to be honest. Just for science, I'm pretty, you know, I don't know how it's going to be, but...
What brings you to the ancient isles?
I might try to charm as well. I've got one of these around. Yeah, nice. I'll try it in a second. I'm going to try this weapon out first. Yeah, this will do. It's fine. It's obviously not amazing, but it doesn't matter. It's good enough for testing purposes. Thank you. Appreciate it. We're going to test this weapon out first. I need to roll the attack speed on there again.
What brings you?
Boom, 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 boom. There we go. That guy was lucky. Okay. Because then I can stick Widow's Weapon there.
Welcome to the Isles. What do you bring?
Okay, let's try that. I mean, the Chasse of Val will be stronger next season. attack speed going to? Like 97, okay, that's fine. I guess Widow's Web relies on you needing to crit, doesn't it? I don't have a lot of crits right now. It's going to take me a long time. I've got 100 billion, but that's less than what I was doing before. Let me try something else. Not convinced Widow's Web's actually going to work because I haven't got enough crit chance, and although it does multiply up the poisoning damage. Yeah, I don't know.
Welcome to the Isles. What do you bring?
I don't know. Actually, could also try up there. Protean Heart. It may well be that actually the Chassabella's the better weapon anyway. Especially since we're going to be able to get the duration and you're going to be able to get the dot multi on it next season. And it just gives you that dot execution thing that works on every enemy. In fact, I've just realised I've doubled up on one of my ass. Oh no, I haven't. It's fine then. Yeah, I mean, this damage just does feel worse. It was just rotting away, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Chassabella's will be best in slot for here. Especially since, yeah, like I say, you won't get the attack with berserking or lucky hit berserking, so you'll lose that damage, but you'll be able to get the dot damage multi and dex or something. Oh, yeah. Can't remember what this comes with by default. I haven't got the list up anymore. Definitely comes with a duration though, which is really nice. And then, yeah, you just put the... I mean, I'll try it without the sun stained, actually, out of interest. I think the sun stained will be better than this, though. Weird, when he's buried, you don't generate you such deaths. I think I've taken something off because I'm doing a lot less damage here. What the? Something doesn't feel right. I need to check my build here. Did I change something? So enemy's vulnerable. Heals. No. Odd. Why did my damage feel worse then? That's weird. Oh well, I think this is probably about as good as this build gets. Sadly. You're probably peaking, with transfigs, you're probably peaking about 120-ish. I mean, how many uniques are we using here? I mean, I don't know what it's going to do to this unique, but otherwise we're only getting... You'll get more cooldown reduction from Law's Mantle, and that's about it. Your cap now, it allows you to over cap them or something, and makes it so you can just get loads of them, like 8 of them or something, or 10 of them, you know, just loads of them. So you end up just having loads of... Hey, Buckshot with the 5 gifted. Hey, dude, thank you. Wolf Everbleed, Foe 89, and Axis, Forfall, Miss Kyler. Please thank Buckshot here. That's very kind. Thank you, dude. How you doing, man? Yes, we're getting up to about 500 billion dot ticks here. It's not too bad. So I might make the Touch of Death build guide this, to be honest, and just make it a lower tier. I mean, it's not awful. Actually, out of interest, what is my movement speed on this? It's probably 186, isn't it? Yeah. Out of interest, how does this feel to farm out in the wild? As opposed to trying to push. We've got Ravager, we've got Thrash-ons, so we've got some mobility with that. I mean, it can easily farm T12, I think. Probably. Obviously, some of my gear is very thrown together. This will be stronger next season. Like the Chassaval will be a lot stronger, and so I reckon this will do a 125 next season. Given the fact that my weapon doesn't have dot damage multi on it, my gloves don't have that either. That in itself is 200x dot damage multi I'm missing. That's massive.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
And yeah, my amulet's pretty good. The rings are pretty decent. Oh, I didn't even bother masterworking that one. Yeah. Hey, Anime Fist, how's it going? I need to update the guide, dudes. But yeah, this isn't the strongest build. It's just something I was trying out. But it's doing okay. I mean, it's... You can easily farm T12 with this build. It's just full centipede, really. It's about as close to full centipede as I've seen. I think that's the intention of the build. I think the crate, and it is intended to be used with the crazy. That's a good point, actually. I could get about another 20 ranks onto Touch of Death as well. I'm literally only at 27 ranks. You have to have centipede on your charms, and I don't think I've got any of those. So, oh, I've got 3 here. I'm wearing the Protean Heart. It's probably stronger to have the Sun Stained on. Let's try that here. But yeah, I obviously could have a lot of more... I mean, that would affect the damage quite a lot if I put 20 more ranks on it. Yeah, Sun Stain's way stronger here. See it already. So another 20 ranks would pretty much, well, maybe like 40-50% more damage. That itself is quite a lot. These gloves will come with Touch of Death on them by default. But yeah, I just feel like the cap of being on 3 swarms is a bit low for this specific life. I think those gloves need to make it so they can produce the swarms a bit easier, and then probably overcap how many swarms you can have. And that would probably make this build pop a bit better, actually. I think that might push it to the 130 plus mark, which is probably roughly where they're trying to get all the builds. Let me go try a boss here, out of interest. Hey, Jay, how's it going, dudes? I'm keen to have a range of builds that are varied, even if they're not all the best, you know? Let me go try Harbinger here. Yes, I mean, this does not struggle with T12 content in that sense, but we'll go try the boss. Like, in terms of just general killing stuff, you'll be able to do it, no problem. You won't worry about dying too much on this build. It is pretty tanky. It's probably one of the tankiest Spiritborn builds I've played, actually. And it doesn't even care for how much toughness you've got particularly. It's all to do with the fact that it all goes, it's the way it goes onto your life. So yeah, be interested to see how we can do on this boss though. If we can even do him. We might not be able to do bosses. We might not have enough damage for bosses at all. Yeah. Our poison build-ups. No, this is what I mean. We really need to be able to get more swarms, like 10 of them or something. I mean, I can grind him out. We'll get him down eventually. He's obviously not fast at all, though. I mean, we're ticking him currently for 170 billion or so, 184, 200. Slowly but surely rising. Okay. Well, something kicked in there, because once I got through that barrier stage, suddenly he started taking a lot more damage. That's interesting. I don't actually know if he'll one-shot me with that stuff. Maybe not. He might do. Him. Oh. Can I just tank those? No, is probably the answer. Sort of. Probably shouldn't take too many of those. I was trying to see if I could actually tank them with this on. I think I'm going to die now. I took too much damage. No, still survives. I literally just tanked the one move that normally one-shots you. I've got so much light. I've got so much healing on this build. I mean, I'm not indestructible, but that's pretty ridiculous because that move nearly one-shots most builds. Unless you're really, really, like, pretty much indestructible. Oh gosh, you're kidding me. They spawn those up, so I have to get him to go out again. Probably one of the more mechanically challenging bosses if you can't flap him really quickly. Oh, missed it. And then back to the grind. So with all the buffs next season, with like better Shattered Vow and a lot more ranks, Touch of Death, the dot multis I'm missing and such, that would possibly be enough to nuke these bosses. These are giga juiced bosses as well. They're harder than normal, so normal T12 bosses would be easy for this. Oh, I actually died. Okay, I'm not going to try and grind him out again. I don't have enough damage. Yeah. Don't mean... Without all those extra stats that I'm missing, we're not going to kill this particularly fast. Yeah, it was an interesting experiment. At least I've tested it. Proven out. I mean, it applies some pretty beefy dots. It's nothing like the Swarm, though. Doesn't even come close. Nowhere near. Yeah, we need to be able to get a lot more. We need to get more Swarms. Hey, Just Cag, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Yeah. Okay. I'm pretty happy with the testing here, I think, overall. I'm just going to go update the guide. I think I'm going to put the poison version in here. Even though it's not as strong. Because the thing is, the Rod of Kepaleka Touch of Death is just... It's just worse than Stinger. A lot worse than it. It's just a bit... poop. Having the same build, but worse. It's not really speed farming. It'll be okay for Infernal Hordes, this build, I reckon. Yeah, we'll do that. Endgame. Melee. Dot. Off meta. It's kind of beginner... Well, mechanically, it's not beginner friendly. It'll be controller friendly, this build. You don't care about aiming too much. Would be quite good for hardcore as well. Just won't push as high, but it's tanky. I'm probably not going to recommend it. It's a bit weird. It's a bit of a weird build. No, okay, we'll put hardcore. It will be good for hardcore. You're going to take a break from testing. Nice. Are you going to message me on Twitch about what you were doing, Zach, for the damage? Dot damage. Right. I'm going to use this template as... Oh, there is one thing I want to change about the Stinger build, actually, as well. While we're here. Eagle Jaguar. Hey, Deltov! You making me Star Wars Cantina in this heat? You savage. Come on, Immortalize. Sweat for us. Sweat like the beast you are. How are you doing, Deltov? It's definitely the humidity's definitely gone up since both my PCs have been on. It's pretty warm in here. Jaguar. Yeah, I noticed. I thought about this earlier. The Eagle. This used to go into cap 1, but the Storm Feather stuff now goes into movement speed cap 2. Now that exists, and it doubled, so it's 40%, and it's always active. So for general farming, 40% cap 2 movement speed. Like, it's really important that. It's taken for, well, for Osteogen, I guess. For Osteogeneration. And then it's only in the pushing version we'll swap them around. Because the pushing version, you'll want the most damage possible, which you will just literally swap them around. But you'll want the movement speed for farming, for sure. I'm actually really looking forward to playing Stinger next season. Until they nerf it, because they'll work out it's actually really, really broken. But at least we'll get a couple of days on it. It'll be good. Get myself on the leaderboards. And watch everyone scratch their heads and be like, huh? What? There we go. Yeah, can you... Yeah, can you message me on Twitch? I need to know. That'd be really useful. You're going to alert Deltov. Thanks, man. You made affiliate yesterday, Deltov. Hey! That's awesome. GG's. You don't diminish that. That's awesome. That's not an easy feat. It took me a long time to get affiliated, honestly. You should never diminish any achievement, even if it's a hobby. There are millions of people that go live and only a small segment ever get affiliated. Hopefully Blizzard starts to ban exploiters, Blender. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a difference. It depends what you mean by exploits, right? I mean, stuff like the double unique charm, they should be banned. And I actually saw some very prominent figures in the Spiritborn world do that bug. I got screenshots of it, so they should be worried, because if they do get actioned on that and get banned, I'm going to laugh my head off. Because I don't have much time for them. They've been particularly horrible to me, some of them. But yeah, that double unique charm that Spiritborns were using, that's a straight up exploit. Like, that should not be done. A skill working better than it should be, and all you've done is equip the skill, and you can't play the skill if you don't equip it. I'm not sure I'd call that an exploit. It might be bugged, but then it is just the skill is just working wrong. It's not like you've gone out your way to do something unintentionally, like fully unintentional by the game. Neither are great. It's best if they don't exist, either of them. But they are two different sides of the same coin, I suppose, right? Yeah, I remember Blender. I played D3 for like 10,000 hours. I haven't played in a long time, but I have played it a lot back in the day. I was like 8th on one of the leaderboards for Crusader in whenever the first Dawn's bombardment season was, eons ago. Yeah, I was like 8th or something. I used to push quite high on the monk leaderboards as well, but I couldn't tell you which seasons or how high off the top of my head. Too long ago. Right, Touch of Death. Let's get this guide written up. Well, we're only going to do pushing. This is going to be... In fact, actually, before I do that, let me add it to my list here. Poison, Touch of Death. I reckon I was able to do a 115 there comfortably, but it wasn't going to be quick. And there's quite a lot of stuff that on my build there was definitely not right. So with the right stuff in this season, you'd probably be doing a 120, but not quick. Because it was quite a lot of damage. Like 2 100% dot damage multis, GAs. There's a huge amount of damage I was missing. And like 20 ranks in Touch of Death. Those alone would probably push you up 5 pits, to be honest. Even if it was a push. So next season with the buffs, so the Chassaval will be a lot stronger. Oh, actually, one of those dot multis is you wouldn't be able to get this season. But even without that, 20 ranks and 100 dot multi and the other bits that aren't right would probably push me up to 120. I had room to spare. So next season with the better Chassaval and the buffs to all the bits and bobs, yeah, I reckon this will cap around 125. So it's on the weaker side. Not a leveling build. Speed farm, it's a B. It's probably a B. It's not going to be as good as light. Yeah. Infernal Hordes. It's just not as good as Poison Stinger, so I can't really put it in the same. I'll actually put S on that, though. Payback. Fire Rocksmith. Fire Rocksmith will probably be a lot better, but then you'll be waiting for Rizoka's damage. So that has its own sets of issues. I think Gorilla Rake will be stronger. Yeah, this is just going to be a B tier build, straight up. I guess B. I can reevaluate these if needed. Yeah, this is probably about right. Okay. Shattered Vow. Oops. I think I waited too long to do my season stuff, Jacob. How much have we got left to do? Is boss drop loot table for Harmony of Evilwalker changing in season 14 since it says on Poison Stinger guide that it drops some beast in the ice, does it? I thought I changed that. 1 second. No, it's not. I thought I changed that. That was a copy-paste error. Oh, yeah. That's a copy-paste error. It's because this guide was really old. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, this guide hadn't been updated in a long time, so it was done pre-expansion. That is a very good point. I would address this right now. I might need to address that in the other one as well. Lovely. I'm probably going to need to address that in my Lightning Stinger build as well. You're on rank 4, Torment 4. Oh, yeah, well, yeah, it might... Well, you got a few days. You never know. You might get there. You're a little way out, though. This is going to have the same problem, I reckon. Oh, I actually put Infernal Hordes in there. I'll change that to Bartok. Is it Bartok or Bartuk? It's Bartuk, of course it is. Oh, no. Gave him the wrong name. Blasphemy! You typed it correct. Oh, you did. I just missed that because I'm blind, apparently. Yeah. There we go. It's fine. I can address it. I do my absolute best to make sure the information in these guides is as accurate and correct as possible, but there's obviously a lot of information, so there might be some, and I do have to, and because it goes between seasons and things change and I copy paste stuff, it does. User error is a thing. I am human, sadly. I am not an AI robot just yet. Working on it. You're going to sleep, Mr. Andro. No worries. Yeah, it's 2:30 here. I'll get this guide done and then we'll see what the time's like. I've literally been working on guides all day, so I'm nearly all guided out for today. But we'll get this one done, because then it's done. Once I've done the pushing variant, the rest will be pretty easy, so it's just a matter of getting it. Because I know what the build is, I don't have to spend ages theory crafting stuff, so this might not take me that long to put together. I spent hours looking at that. I know Poison Stinger is going to be really good next season, so I spent a long time putting a lot of thought into that and testing out things and trying to make sure it's the best playing, most complete version it can be, because I know that's what I want to play and I know it's going to be good. Yeah, so Loyalty's Mantle. I think you kind of need that on this build, really. Allows you to spam your poison skills, and actually we'll have more cooldown with this next season, so it'll allow you to spam your Touch of Death more often, so that's always nice. So this comes with Dex and max life. And then we would have armor probably and cooldown reduction. You probably won't need... No, you won't need cooldown reduction because you have 78... Well, actually, no, I don't know. You might want cooldown reduction for your non-centipede skills, of which is Ravager. Literally, only Ravager. It's the only thing that cooldown reduction wouldn't work. The Lord's Mantle won't work on. Okay. I could have actually made Ravager better on this build as well by making it so the duration's higher. So it lasts longer, 6 seconds. What else would you put there? Oh no, you can get Touch of Death on the helm, can't you? Yeah, you get Touch of Death here for sure. Yeah, you probably don't need the cooldown on it. You messaged me on Facebook. Okay. That works. And then, yeah, because we're using that, we can use Moni Zik. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention, actually, we don't have Transfigs either. So, yeah, Transfigs, 100 times dot damage multi that I'm missing, and 20 ranks in Touch of Death. That would push me to 120 over 115 easily. And then next season, the extra 100x on the Shattered Vow. And I mean, the Shattered Vow is just going to be a lot stronger, full stop. Yeah, this build will do a 125. I'm fairly convinced it'll be able to. It won't necessarily be quick, but it'll do it. It's giga tanky, though. Like, it is actually really tanky. If I was doing hardcore, this is potentially a build I'd consider starting on, because it's just really tanky. Although you do need those gloves. I don't know what the mythic version of the Crazed Gods is going to be like, though. Like, what's the 30% buff going to be? Is it just going to be, it can only roll between 7 and 0% or something? So it's just got a... But then that doesn't really matter. You just re-roll the power, don't you? Or does it buff the lucky hit chance? That would be better. Making it so you got more chance to spawn Touch of Death. That would be sick. I'm going to actually double check the patch notes here. I don't know. I don't think they changed this. Yes, it's coming with Touch of Death anyway, and Dex. Yeah, there's nothing else in there. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Oh well. Armor, poison res. Igni Cry. Oh, I can't put the Touch of Death ranks on there yet. Oh, so wait for them to add that. It's in the database. I just can't select in here yet. Hey, EC, how's it going? First time chatter. Is Rushing Claw gone completely as a mobility skill? No. We just won't be able to zoom across the screen quite as ridiculously, but I have got some builds that will be pretty close to it. Swarm will still be able to utilize it, just not as insanely. Firestorm will be near perma-evade. Evade Storm Feathers will be basically perma-evade. You can use Rushing Claw and then just evade in between if you need to. So there'll be builds that can still use it. It's just not going to be quite as insane. But I think if once people get past that, the first week or so, they'll have a whinge and they'll be like, oh my god, they took away my baby. And I get it. It was really good. there are some really fun builds out there to play this season that are different. And do you know what? One season of zooming around so fast, you can't literally see what's on the screen. I literally moved so fast on Dawn's Evade that I decoupled my camera from my character. I had to send a video to Blizzard because my camera fell through the floor of the game while my character was still up on the terrain. So yeah, we moved pretty fast. Dawn's Evade was easily the fastest build this season by a mile. It was so much faster than Swarm. Max attack speed. It was crazy. So we'll be okay. We just won't be quite as insane. I like that song. What was that song? Oh, yeah. Faint. I'm not surprised I like it. It's Faint. I like Faint. Boots. Dex, max life. Armor, move speed. Oh, I see. It goes around that way. Oh, well. Move speed. Do the attacks, reduce evade. I think you kind of need that for the mobility. I was just going to be giga slow. Felt like a Dragon Ball Z fight, Siege. I know, right? It was good while it lasted, yeah. Good times. But the build I've got cooked that's going to be my build I start on is going to be pretty good. It's going to be pretty fun. I don't know if I can demonstrate it right now. Let me just put all of my gems and stuff back in as I need to. Because I was testing another build out. Oh, I actually want that up here, probably. What? And I need my diamonds. That's fine. Okay. Glins. That needs to be interdiction, otherwise I'm losing damage. Okay, I can demonstrate this. Glad you solved the Spiritborn problem going into... Well, that build I'm playing on was probably the tankiest build I played. These builds are still a little squishy. It's not as bad. I will have to see how it plays when we get to next season, I suppose. There are some like armor and resistance buffs coming and such. But I can show you this here, assuming I haven't missed anything putting that build back together. We run pretty quick, right? I'm running at 240 movement speed. I believe. Yeah. I've rolled movement speed on my amulet. And once we get going, we've also got the Ravager evade tech on, the Ravager lock-on tech. So as long as there's enemies, we can just zoom onto them. So we run decently fast all the time. There's obviously 0 enemies here, so that's a bummer. Here we go. And then once we get going, Once the damage kicks in, we just start to blow stuff up. Doesn't take long. You just have to wait for a couple of stacks of supremacy to kick in. It's gonna be really easy. Someone did nearly a quintillion damage on live server with this, apparently. I've done a quadrillion. I found an interaction. Let's put it that way. And all will be revealed on day one properly. So this is going to be up there, I think. E-Siege. You can still play Counter Swarm, but if someone comes into my stream, I kind of wish I found this earlier in the season, because I had a lot of people ask me, is there non-evade builds that are good? This would have been a yes. This would have been yes. This is actually quite good. You can easily annihilate the game with this. And this is just going to be stronger next season, like a lot stronger. So what you see now, it will be stronger. And I haven't got Glynn's Anvil on right now. So this is without the broken defense aspect. So it won't be defensively weaker than this. In fact, it will be defensively stronger than this, probably. Imagine we found it day one. Oh, I could still die because I haven't got all the defenses on, yeah. I wasn't really paying attention there. But, yeah. This will be fine. My light... Oh, yeah, I've got the wrong weapon on. That's why I died. I've got the... I've got 19,000 life. I really should have my other Rod of Kepaleka on, but I have slower attack speed. Anyway, I'm not going to play it anymore, but... I haven't got the right item affixes. I would need better gear. Psycho, how's it going, dude? I loved evading around the map at a zillion miles an hour. It was fun, but some people didn't want to do that, I guess, which is fair enough. Right, I'm not going to put the other build back together, but I can check it in here. Yeah, interdiction. You could put damage down here. I put interdiction just for extra damage reduction. But we were quite tanky for pushing. Might be better to put on... I had 0 resolve gen. If I had resolve on this build, you could use the potency resolve stuff. You're not exactly spamming the potency skills on this build. I'll have a look at it. We'll put that in there tentatively. Gain 1 resolve when you dodge an attack. Your potency skills consume resolve to deal additional damage. Yeah, because we're not spamming it that often. So you don't need to generate resolve hugely fast. Interdiction just caps your block chance. So you get that extra damage reduction on blocking direct damage. But for pushing, you're going to go for this, I guess. I didn't actually test it, but... Yeah, the Shattervow is just going to be a lot stronger next season. We're going to be able to get those damage multis on it, but I've got to wait for the website's update. I like that song. I love a bit of Pendulum. Alright. Definitely need attack speed in here. For this one, would a straight up new multi be better? Would item quality be better? Scaling up all those damage multis. Don't know. We'll do that for now. Very emerald heavy, this. Very emerald heavy. I have another idea I want to test, but I'm going to do it tomorrow. Nice. Well, you can just let me know. Once we've got a line of communication open, you can just let me know, yeah. What aspects did I use here? Yeah, I put Insatiable on. Obviously, Supremacy, yeah. Gaining Veracity also grants Resolve. That could be a way to solve a Resolve gen. We'd lose some damage, but... Didn't Peacemongers get buffed from 20%? I think that needs updating on MOBA. I'm sure that's higher than 20 now. Hey, DC Enigma, how's it going? Going into Season 14, what looks to be the strongest class? Rogue, probably, and then Barbs. I think. No, it is 20%. I thought it went up higher than that. Or is it a PTR it's buffed? Peacemongers. Sure that was 30% on the PTR. Huh. Maybe it wasn't. Yeah, you would lose a lot of damage. It'd give you Resolve generation, though. Gonna need Resolve gen, that's all. Is Rogue still due to bug, though? I know they had some bugs. I don't know if they're fixed, though, to be fair. But my understanding is even without the bugs, they're going to have a lot of builds that can do the content just fine. I think. So it's still going to be pretty good, I think. Hey, Svi, how's it going? What you have you been enjoying Lord of Hatred, Enigma? And what are you looking to play? Yeah, I'll have to see if we can get Resolve Gen in there anywhere else. I don't think we can, though. Peacemongers might. The thing is, that would be a damage loss. Oh, maximum 90. Maximum 90. Against crowd-controlled enemies, though. Which is all the time with the Centipede main on, so... Yeah. See if we can find another way to generate Resolve. Oh, we'll be able to generate Resolve with the Zik rune. Even if it's not all... Yeah, every 4 attacks we'll get 3 Resolve. That's fine, then. It doesn't work in the current version, but it will. Yeah, so we'll have some Resolve Gen, that's fine. Problem solved. It's been alright, only started 2 weeks ago. Okay, nice. Welcome to the... Are you brand new to the game, or are you a returning player? You was Barb. Barb's are very strong, right? You were Stinger Try and Rogue, but didn't re-roll due to bug. Yeah, Rogues this season have been overshadowed by 150 clearings in like 2 minutes or something stupid like that. But they're looking strong next season. I do hear that they might have the bug still, but we'll have to see. I don't know. I'm not a Rogue expert. Hopefully no bugs. I wouldn't hope that there will be bugs. Just assume that there will be bugs. Just hopefully not bad ones, right? That's definitely the least priority. Hey, Enigma, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Don't need these. Don't need any of this. Wow, this hasn't been updated in a hot minute. Holy. This is going to be so different compared to what I had before. Like, literally uses none of these items. I don't want to make the Touch of Death build, a Rod of Kepaleka build. I do not care if it's worse. I want it to be something different. I mean, what's the point in having all these different builds if they're literally all the same bloody thing? As long as it's not completely potato, it does work. Cooldown reduction. Right, we'll put Shassavan in a moment. Which I can grab for another guide. Craze of the Dead Gods is an interesting one. I actually don't know off the top of my head where that comes from. Oh, it's Andariel's, isn't it? Because I went and farmed one. Yeah, okay. I can definitely see it being primed for a buff in the future, though, this item. Converts direct damage to poison dot damage. Should probably specify incoming, actually, so they don't think it's your damage that's changing. And then auto cast Touch of Death. Based on your poisoned health. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird mechanic, to be honest. Definitely one of the more complex ones to get your head around. Right, and I do have on my Swarm build already the Shattered Vow stuff. And a cat. Where the hell is Swarm? Wow, that's miles down now. What the? Hello, mate. There it is. Is Counter Swarm still the best? It'll be good. It'll still be up there. I'm going to play Poison Stinger though. I think that's going to be as good. Swarm will probably be faster. And I think some of the Kepaleka builds will give it a run for its money in terms of pushing. It may even beat it out on pushing. But we'll see. Swarm is taking some hefty nerfs. Lacey, are these builds dropped on MOBA so we can dissect them? Yes, Lacey. They're all there. Once I tag this as Season 14, you'll be able to go look at them. If you go onto Mobalytics right now and go to builds, and then go to verified builds and go to Season 14, and then go to Spiritborn, that's all. There you go. There's Poison Stinger and Storm Stinger already. Those ones have been tagged for Season 14. Once I've tagged this one for Season 14, it'll be in there. This is an off-meta build. I'm just updating it because I've tested it today. It's fresh in my mind. I'll update. I've got loads of builds to update, and I'm planning to spend a lot of time over the next 2 days or 3 days getting these all done for Sunday. I thought it was going to be 7 endgame builds. It's actually going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 endgame builds probably. And 3 leveling guides, hopefully for Sunday. It's going to be a lot of work, but we'll get it done. Probably won't be any videos for launch, except maybe I might do a video on Monday, which will purely be like just a rundown and like what I'm going to be playing and how to level fast or something like that. I don't know. But I'll do the proper build guides after launch, yeah. I just haven't got time to do it all, plus I haven't got all the footage and stuff. Right, where's the Shattered Vow here? I'll tell you what, guys. I actually really need to go use the restroom, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes. BRB. Alright, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Oh, right, where was I? Let's get this guide finished. Listen, I can't imagine a lot of people will pick this one up and play it, but at least it'll be there then. I'm really keen to get the Spiritborn pretty nicely rounded out. So it's at least covered and I've got the builds up there and it gives me a bank of stuff I can refer to the, you know, to giving feedback and stuff. Pock. Zik. My black cat is just not sure what to do with himself right now. He's just... Uh-oh. Oh. He's just like flopping about. Bless him. Grants resolve. It's a good point, actually. Change that in here as well. Missed that bit of info. Mentally exhausted after Sweden's game. How did it go, Polis? Was it? Did you win? Was it? I'm assuming it was stressful, so I'm guessing it wasn't. I'm assuming you didn't just win outright. 1-1 versus Japan. Okay. Well, we had a draw the other day that we really should have won. Oi, cats! Stop fighting. Oi. My cats are fighting. Sorry, guys. I can see them eyeing each other up. I don't know what's... One of them's obviously done something. Silly animals. They wonder why they're so hot and bothered. You're qualified for the next round. Nice, yeah. We should qualify. I'd be quite sad if we didn't. I haven't really been following it, but I know that we should have won against that team the other day, and they just put up a really good defensive round against us. I know we beat Croatia, though. Yeah. Nice. I normally start following it more in the quarterfinals, to be honest. And I just watch the highlights before that point. Alright, there we go. Trying to make sure these are up to date as we go. No, it does not generate barrier for us on this build. You want literally 0 barrier in this build. Because it bricks the gloves. It's designed. Those gloves are purely designed to not have barrier, but it's okay. You can actually, funnily enough, it's probably the only build I've played where you don't use barrier and can actually stay alive, some degree. So, to that degree, the defensive side, they've actually fixed it. It actually works, kind of, because I think you can stack enough poison res now and stuff. I think you struggled with that before. Igni Cry. That's actually Moni as well, isn't it? Because we're using a mobility skill with our main casters. We're using Thrash. Okay, that looks fine. Missing one thing. This here. Yeah, a bit annoying. It's going to be hard to cap your movement speed. It's 240 without swapping a temper. Or getting a transfiguration different transfiguration, but... Swap movement speed. For resource, for Max. On amulet, I guess. You watch every night, Polis. You're an avid fan then, are you? Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it's literally the same. Okay, that's that. What's up, mate? Hey? Oh, you got a cheeky grin. Oh, bless you. He just looks up at you and grins, this cat. Oh. Right, Balazan's by. Here we go. And you're absolutely going to want Centipede skills there. And you want all of the poison res in the entire world. And the sun stained. I guess for this one, you would just use a diamond mind, and you just free up a unit. I don't really know what charm you'd put in there, but you could just use. Oh, you use a mythic just because you don't have to get a +1 charm slot, do you? So you get damage here, damage over time here, and I can't remember what other ones of these you can get. I don't know if I've got many in here to test what you can get. You can get damage over time. Centipede damage, yeah, that'll do it. Perfect. Yeah, the mythic just allows you to get extra multi there. I mean, you could technically take off one of these then and put on a different charm, I suppose, but... Let's check something here. Blood Mad. Wouldn't necessarily be good though, because you won't have much you won't have much fire res here. And you'd only get 100x from this. So you'd lose damage overall, so yeah, it wouldn't be best. The full set's better here. It's a much shorter list of what you need. Yeah, that'll do. Lovely. Hey, Pashmam, how's it going? What's your favourite between Diablo and PoE? I like them both for their own merits, honestly, but I am a Diablo 4 main streamer. I like all of those type of games, though, so I'm hoping we're going to be blasting the new season of Diablo. I'm hoping to jump on the expansion of Grim Dawn in July as well, so that should be fun. And then we'll keep an eye out for the other ones when I can get on in their season cycles. But I like them both. They're of the same genre, but they're very different games, honestly. They are quite different. They give me different... They itch different... They scratch different itches, if you know what I mean. How about you? Do you play them both? Hey, Arcot, how you doing, man? How you doing, dude? Got a new format for this, haven't I? Facts, I've got this one written up already. Pretty sure I use it in here, don't I? Yeah, I do. There we are. Do I swap that at the end? No. You're doing good? Man, that Stinger build is nice. Swapped over to it today. Yeah, nice. Yeah, so that's gonna be just stronger next season. That's what I'm gonna start. I'm gonna get a leveling guide up for it and I'm gonna start on it and I'm gonna play. That's what I'm gonna play. Yeah, it's decent, isn't it? I kind of wish I'd found that earlier on because all the people coming in going, have you got a build that's good that isn't the perma evading? That's the one I would have sent them to. That's easily the best I found that isn't an evade build this season. Hey, I'm the king. How you doing? Yeah, I'm good, mate. I'm good. How you doing, dude? Cooldown reduction. Additional armor and weakness application. Animation and healing. Scourge for damage reduction. Apply vulnerable to enemy. Healing. And apply vulnerable to enemies. Touch of Death to top up your swarms. Should probably have the ultimate cast at the start, actually. Devourer. What did I put in evade for this one? Oh, that's probably just gone, isn't it? Oof. Fun. Additional dots damage. And healing, so that's literally what it does. And cast Thrash. Liberally around other skills, yes, makes sense. That's better. Okay, that's that bit done. This first variant's the bit that takes the longest. Do I think Counter Swarm's going to be the best endgame build push? I think it's going to be up there. I think we're going to have a few builds that are going to be close. I think Lightning Quill, I think Poison Stinger will be up there. I think Counter Swarm will be up there. I think maybe some of the I think there'll be a few, but Counter Swarm will be up there, yeah. Counter Swarm will outdo the Thorns buffs, yeah, I think so. You think a Balazan's Max Lethal build's going to dominate? I don't think the Thorns buff's anywhere near enough for that, to be honest. Until Thorns can crit or get that extra multiplier level, I don't think it's going to come close, but I could be wrong. Hey, Phantasmatico, how's it going? Yeah, it's going to be good. I've got an awful lot of guide stuff to do before then, but yeah, it's going to be good. That's what you thought Touch of Death would be, Arcart. Well, this Touch of Death build I'm putting now is different. It's just pure poison. It's not a Rod of Kepaleka build. I've decided to go. I could. The Rod of Kepaleka version of this is actually stronger, but I'm actually just putting up a pure poison variant of this build. Because there's no point in me putting up a poison Touch of Death build that's just way, way weaker than Poison Stinger. I might as well put up a Touch of Death build that's way weaker than Stinger that's actually a different build. It's literally the same build, just with Touch of Death instead of Stinger, and it's just way weaker. There's no point in me putting that up. Right, Thrash with Crashing and Thrashing. Ferocity. Cooldown reduction. Lovely. Why is there a point in Women Fist? That's weird. Oh, I need to reset, don't I? We don't need any of that stuff. Protect the Cry Rune stuff. Max out Ravager. Increase duration. Maximum velocity, yes. Max out Toxic Skin for the armor. Don't care about this. We'll take the healing. Obviously with the Zik Rune damage. We don't want any barrier stuff, so we'll just take the Resolve Gen here. We're gonna... Oh, we won't need that, because we won't have the Midnight Sun Ring on, so we won't passively have counter-attack or damage over time on I mean, the builds might be designed so that you have counter-attack on your bar, but I don't know where we put it on the skill bar. You can't really afford to not have Ravager. I don't think. You need to have manual cast Scourge. I think this is designed to be that you don't manual cast, you don't need Touch of Death on your bar, but you can't get away with it. The mechanic that makes your Touch of Death's auto come out requires your life to be poisoned. That kind of, if that changed so it was easier, so they do just auto proc and you don't need this on your bar, I would put counterattack on here. Then you get the reduced dot damage on you, which would be nice. Because that would reduce the damage that you're taking. And then you could get the dodge, and that would play really nicely into your potent exchange and stuff. But yeah, it just doesn't really work. You need the manual cast, a Touch of Death to keep them sort of... Otherwise, you just end up hitting, not actually generating any Touch of Deaths. You okay, I think the problem with that is it's 0% by default, and it only gives you a chance to do it if you've got any poisoned health. I think it needs a base amount. It needs like a 10%. It needs to be like 10% or something to start with. So you've always got a chance to activate these. And then if your health is poisoned, it just increases that chance. I think that would fix it. That would make these gloves feel better. You would generate those swarms way more often and way more frequently with this build. But for now, we can't put counterattack on. I might give that feedback. We can take the weaken. We take the healings. We've got vulnerable elsewhere. We obviously max out Touch of Death. So yeah, the Rod of Kep version, Swarms of Swarms, Touch of Death, it is stronger than what I've got here. Just about. But it's just basically a weaker Stinger. So I'm going to do Erupting Swarm, Touch of Death. And when you've got all 3 swarms out, you do a decent amount of damage. If those gloves had a minimum base, so you would always have at least some lucky hit chance to spawn it, even if your health's not poisoned. And then increase the cap of how many swarms you can have. So that you can have like 6 swarms or 8 swarms or something. And then that would probably bring it a bit more up. It'd bring it up to an A tier build, maybe. It probably needs some further buffs than that, but yeah, we take the healing here. Because I think here, if Touch of Death's strike hits a weakened enemy, Touch of Death deals increased damage. I'd have to test this to whether we need the healing or not, and whether that increases the damage. The way I read that is that increases Touch of Death's strike damage. It increases the damage of when you hit with Touch of Death. The thing is, your swarms are separate. They are spawned as part of the skill, but they're not your actual hit, like when you hit with it. So the healing might be better here. And we don't care about the additional charge too much, because as much as that allows you to do 2 early on, you'd really need it so that it's when the cooldown comes off, you get both charges back at the same time. Then that additional charge would be really nice, but otherwise we just take the vulnerable here. Hey, Sujalim, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How's your day going? Appreciate that. Appreciate that. And then, yeah, we take the Centipede Ultimate with Spew Putrefaction. We take the increased poisoning effects duration, and we take the life healing. It just all plays very nicely into this build. I feel like I've got a lot of skill points left over. Why? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got all the points. Huh. Oh, I'll smash them all into there then, I suppose. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. But yeah, if they fix those gloves, if they make those gloves just a little bit better, like in the way they work, you could have counterattack on, that'd be really nice. You generate the swarms way better, make it so you have a few more, so you can have more than 3 swarms at once. And then, yeah, this would be a pretty sick build, I reckon. actually. Hey, Sujalim, thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Just come in and followed, and you love my builds. Why? Which ones are you following? D4, Borderlands, PoE. I've got guides all over the place now, but I appreciate it. I'm glad you find them useful. Yeah, I appreciate that. Didn't realise there was a new Borderlands update today. I definitely have time. Don't have time to cover that right now. All right, we've got to update this here. I'm only going to put, funnily enough, we'll put Thrash up here. So we've got Thrash. Our activator skill. Generates ferocity. And reduces... How does that work again? It reduces cooldowns. So each hit of Thrash has a 10% chance to reduce an active cooldown. That's right. This just makes it so that once you start attacking, you get to your third attack, you're going to always unleash your third attack if cast again. And it just starts hitting enemies constantly. So you've got this really good chance of reducing your cooldowns with it. Skill cooldowns. Okay, so that's that one. I can nab the cry stuff from one of these builds. Ravager, I can... Oh, I've already got Ravager down here. Doesn't do any of that stuff, though. So I might as well just retype it up here. Yeah, it does those bits. Okay, that's Ravager. Toxic Skin. Applies weakness, grants additional armor, and grants healing. Concussive Stomp. Yep. That'll be in here somewhere. There we go. Grants. Oh, generates resolve. Hey, Stanislav. How's it going, man? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow, dudes. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Scourge, which will also be in here. Like, it's pretty... Yeah, I'd really like that counterattack stuff. That'd have been... I can see that counterattack was intended for the build. I don't think I'm missing something about those gloves. Like, I literally was running into enemies. Like, if your health is poisoned, you will generate those swarms. It just doesn't... It's got... But when you haven't got poisoned health, you won't generate those swarms. So you have to have it on your bar, otherwise you can't do any damage. And then there lies the problem. If you need that spare slot, so you've got counterattack on there. I think that counterattack stuff was definitely crafted with this in mind and posting exchange and stuff. I can see what their thinking was. The unique needs a little bit of a tweak, I think. Grants healing. Yep. Okay, we can get rid of all of these. Oh no, we need Touch of Death. And I can nab Devourer from down here because it's going to be the same as what I would need. Oops. Makes swarms, pulse poisoning damage. Applies vulnerable. Okay, that's the skill overviews. Just about fit. We're getting there, we're getting there. Right, now the interesting bit, the Paragon board. I had Fester in here. $105, yep. Right, we need to switch that with Infighter. That is a much tidier way of doing canny in that board than I did earlier. Yeah, okay, that works. Convergence with not Spirit because we can't crit on this build. Probably Headhunter, that's fine. 110, that works. Perfect. See where the points lands when we complete the build. This will switch to in revealing. You need all the lucky hit stuff. Colossal, yes. And then we switch this to with some medicine. Bane. Yeah, it's massively over on the points. I mean, you would want this up here as well. Got to lose some points somewhere. God knows where, honestly. You have to lose some of these, I suppose. That almost sorts it out. That's good. 335. That's okay. Right. Infighter. Convergence revealing. Bitter medicine. This is fine. I mean, you could absolutely swap to Subo for Dot, but right here gives you the resistances, which is kind of nice. You're going to go back to testing, Zach? Nice. No worries, dude. Right, okay. I'll do the overview before I do the other variants, because the other variants don't take that long to do once you've got the main one. We've broken the back of it. Look at this. I've had this build since 26th of November, 2025. It's when I first ever put a Touch of Death build out, a long time ago. Right. This is going to require a rewrite, pretty much. Oh. Swarms. Pulsing. Where's... Applying poisoning damage via Touch of Death. Putting Swarm. Solving cooldown. Reduction. Via Lord's Dismantle. Seeing both primaries, Spirit Hall, and Centipede, secondary. Well, use those in both Spirit Halls. That'd be better, wouldn't it? Juice. Enemy damage. Grant big healing. Damage reduction and healing. There's probably a few in here I can... Ravager. For its cooldown rate, actually. A Devourer. Additional poison damage. And healing. Max attack speed through those. No barrier. Oh yeah, we need to mention the gloves, don't we? extreme. Defense. And auto cast of Touch of Death by Crazy Dead Gods. There we go. I think that's about it. Yeah. Don't need this. Those are fine. We don't need resource gen. How much attack speed do we need? Why? Frequently asked questions. Why do we not use barrier in this build? Barrier breaks the usage of Praise of the Dead God, as you will never stack any of your life as poisoned. Whilst you have barrier active. So the build relies on huge poison. Oops. Oh god, I've done exactly the same thing again. Poison damage. Poison resistance, sorry. And healing to stay alive. Okay, we can get rid of all of these bits here and just leave. Don't need the finer details here. Version 3.0. 26th of June. Never did update this one for season 13. Okay, apart from the variants, we're almost there. When you started trying to build Touch of Death, I was thinking it would work like the Death's Oaths build for Witch in PoE 1 since there was a poison ring around you. Yeah, I kind of wish one of the variants allowed you to have your swarms as minions. Like, getting them to count as minions. That's kind of what this is, to a degree, right? Oh, my game's closed. But yeah, the ones where, the one I'm using, the one where they pulsate, I kind of wish the gloves allowed you to have more of them and make them so they count as minions. And then you can use all the minion aspects, like the attack speed ones, that would scale how fast they pulsate or something. And there's like a really giga minion aspect. That would be really cool and very different. Yeah, there's a couple of aspects there, and it's like not an awful lot of reason for us to use it right now. If I put in minion, is it minion or summons? Actually, no, you want them to count as summons. Yeah, summons gain attack speed. Your summons gain increased damage while alive. You gain increased movement speed per active summon. Casting a summon. Okay, that probably wouldn't benefit us. You deal increased summon damage. But these two particularly. The fact that your summons gain attack speed and stuff like that'd be really cool. it'd just be very different, right? It's kind of what you want sometimes. You just want builds to be really different. Oh, I didn't actually... Oh. Well, that's not... Oh, I thought my computer just jammed up there. It didn't like that. Update. Okay, I didn't update the weaknesses. High damage. Full poison build. Extremely tanky. And it's an easy play style, but it's average mobility. It's not terrible, but it's not amazing. Off meta build. Their Glods needs love. Oh, I'll put that in the... oh, yeah, it's not in the build variants. Okay, fine. Right, now just got to do the variants. Factious, how's it going? Thinking about getting back into D4. Nice. Is now a bad time, or should I wait for the 30th? There's no reason why you can't just kick up and have a little play around. You don't have to get, like, really deep into it and waste loads of time. You can just get a feel for it. When was the last time you played? Because the game has changed drastically over the last few months, especially in the latest expansion. It is very different. It'd be a good time just to jump in and just get a little feel for the game, even if it's just a level 1 to 70 process. And then you can just start again next week and have a bit of an idea what you're doing and blast straight into the end game and find out all, you know, get deep into all the stuff that you didn't get to then, I guess. Or you can wait. Really, it depends what you're... it depends how much of that itch depends how much that itch needs scratching, I suppose, right? In a way. Oops. Mythic. No, we need to add a new variant first. Oh yeah, there we go. Mythic. Oh. And we're going to copy paste that in there. So this is a relatively easy bit now. Just putting the progression in. I've got a certain process I use for progression in my builds, and I follow the same pattern. And it makes it quite straightforward to do for most of them. Some are a bit more complicated, but most are pretty easy. Let's put the variant over here. Right, it needs to go in here. Yeah, hopefully that helped you, Factious. But, yeah, so let me know what you decide. Okay, so this Mythic version is pretty much the same, except I'm just not going to have transfigurations here because it's not a pushing version. What the hell happened to my pants there? Where the emerald's gone? Huh. Oh well, it's not too much worse to add that stuff in. Emerald, emeralds. That is all fine. Now for this one. Here we go, put movement speed up here. Just so that we've got that movement speed. Oh, it's still showing the attacks reduce evades on the top of those boots. Why? I don't have an implicit modifier in that. That's weird. I didn't select that. Is that doing that on all of them? No. Okay, I'll skip an eye on that. Yeah, let's set a transfig off there. Nice and straightforward. Ordering's the same there. This can all say the same. That can go because we don't swap that here. That is all fine. This all stays the same. That stays the same. That stays the same. Nice. Okay, that's that one done. That one's the easiest of the three. You appreciate it. No worries, you're good. I mean, the 30th will come around fast. But yeah, as I say, the game's changed quite a lot, so... Depends if you want to just find it all out on 30th, or if you've got some spare time, you know, you can do that now. If you're anything like me, once it's a new thing and I get an itch to play it, I have to play it. I can't wait. Patience. A craze. Craze of the dead gods. By this point, which makes the build functional. And at Lord's mantle. Crazy dead gods, Lord's mantle. And Sunstained Charm. Right, Mythic. Okay, and then we put the end game over here. That needs to be Shattered Vow as well. Why can't I update that? What? Why? Oh, don't do this to me. Oh, it was taking its time. Okay, good. I was going to say, what the hell's going on? That's weird. Okay, right. Just literally turn it off. Just get a non-mythic version of these. You can't use the Shattered Vow here, so... You sort of run out of aspects to use that are half decent by this point, to be honest. So you're probably better off using, have a Sunstained War Crozier, Crazy Dog God's Lord's Mantle, and then you'll use a Protean Heart Charm or something for this point. It's still 250x. It's just not as necessarily as crazy as that, but it's pretty good. It's pretty decent. Damage over time. Big dots. In fact, I think this comes with weapon damage, doesn't it, by default? What's this coming with? Sunstained. Ranks to potency skills. You want attack speed in here. I mean, this will go up to 325 X as a mythic version. Yeah. Right thing. This one says the same. Just put the weapon up here, since that's pretty important. You can't actually play the game without a weapon. Can't actually remember where the sun stain comes from. Have I still got that open somewhere? Hmm. Okay. Where are we? I need the link to the file. Wow, that's bright. Grigor. Okay. Okay. Potency, skill damage. That's a good point. Rename this to Iconic Mythics. Oh. Let's do that then. This is all fine. That needs to change to non-mythic. So that's fine. Just change that to +1 charm. Problem solved. And that can go to Procyon, because it's still damage for us. That's a good point. I never actually put this in the other one, did I? I don't think. Let's make a list of these. For the pushing. I might as well just put them the same way around. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's those. This is fine. This will stay the same. Now we just need to minimize this down to about 240 nodes. Certainly do this to make it cheaper to start with. See where we land with the nodes first. Headhunter. Okay. Okay, we're still a long way off. Get rid of those. One there. Get rid of this. You probably need the attack speed here. Need to lose 12. Okay, so we'll take these. We're pretty close. Okay, this will be fine. Right, that's that one. Hey, Kyle, how's it going? Managed to beat Mephisto on tier 10. Nice. GG's, dude. Complete page 9 of the seasonal journey and unlock Echoing Hatred all this evening. Nice. Man, that's awesome. Which build did you do it on? Yeah, he's no easy feat. Like, you know, there are certain builds that make him easy once you get really good gear and you know what you're doing. Like, I mean, really good gear and you know what you're doing. But, yeah, there was a lot of people. He was not easy when we first came up against him, and he's not an easy fight. Which is good. Like, we have actually got bosses in the game that can be tricky, at least early in the season journey, you know? Dreadclaw's Lock. Okay, nice. Yeah, so I played the Dreadlock in January. I played Warlock, sorry, in January when I went to Blizzard's campus with all the other creators that were invited. But I've not actually played it since Lord of Hatred went live. Maybe at some point I will venture off of Spiritborn, but I haven't really had time this season trying to get up to speed with the class that I generally cover. I feel like I'm getting there now. Like, I'm really diving into like the deeper, dirty mechanics of the class that I covered that aren't necessarily meta, but I can sort of see what was intended, and maybe one day they will become meta. We'll see. By this point, you have to have the Crazed Gods and you have to have Lords' Mantle. That's like the actual bare minimum. Really, if you don't have those, the build won't really function. You can put Supremacy over here, I guess, and hold on. Damage over time. Poison. And then we'll swap this for something else, damage-wise. What we got? Something that works for poison. And that's 60. I guess expectance as good as anything. Yeah, we'll just use expectant, I guess. It's good enough. It's just some damage. Take the Coolian Transvig off at this point as well. Oops, hello. Must have clicked one of those up there. Yeah, I do take it off there. I thought so. That's right. Take the GA tempers off as well. Bit rough to expect that at this stage. Let's put up there, loyalties. Yeah, let's put all of that. It's fine. Don't need that. Just want to double check I put the sunstone up there. I did, yeah. What was the highest pit you did with Singer? I did a 130. And I had about 3 minutes left, Zach. But I got to the boss with about 8 to 9 minutes left, and I deliberately did the boss with 0 ads. Like, just him. So it took me like 5 minutes to kill him solo. What have you managed to do now? Did it in a party of 4, though, so there was a lot of reviving each other. Okay, Carl, well, if it worked for you, it doesn't matter, though, right? Hey, Lord Nitro, how you doing? This build is pretty off-meta, Lord Nitro, but it actually works okay. It does okay. It'll be stronger next season, like most of our builds. A lot of our builds. Swarm's the one build that will be weaker than what it is relatively right now, but everything else is getting stronger in some form or another. Nearly everything, anyway. That's one thing I forgot to do here. End game. Go to starter. Sit in there. But I figured while I was there, I mean, Rod of Kepaleka version of this is better, to be honest, but I just don't want to put up a Touch of Death build that's Rod of Kepaleka that's literally just the weakest. It's exactly the same build as Stinger, just weaker. If I'm putting up a lower tier build for a Touch of Death, I might as well use one of the other variants. It's actually a different build. That's my take on it. Okay, and for starter, remove the Protean Hearts. No unique charms because it's a bit rough to expect that. This all looks fine. This will be fine. Now for the Paragons, we're just going to strip it right down as low as we can possibly get it while still retaining. Basically, I just want to rush the legendaries and the glyphs. So we will lose the lucky hit at this point. Who's this here? Who's that here? Minimal there. That's already minimal. We are still well. Oh, no, actually. We'll just straight out remove that board. $162, there we go. I mean, that's one of the biggest damage multis, but you need to be healing a lot for that. So, yeah, this'll do. Festa. Canny, Colossal, Headhunter, makes sense. Because, yeah, if you haven't got all the healing, you're not going to activate it very often, and then you're not going to be able to get it much. It's better to get that later when you finally got the build online a bit better. Is Headhunter third here? Yeah. Okay, I think that's it. Now it's got to check all the linkage. Endgame, Mythic, Pushing, Mythic. Endgame, Starter, Endgame, Pushing, Mythic, Endgame, Starter. Okay, that looks good. Okay, I'm going to need to update those when I get to them. And one last thing to check, because this will definitely be busted. Because they changed the links here. That's one. That's 2. There we go. Right, now work now. Hello, cat. Where are you? Hello. I'll be with you soon, alright, mate? Good boy. Okay, I think that's done. Oh. Need to take it for season 14. Now it's done. Sweet. Wow, that's very bright. So, pushing. It's definitely not great for pushing. It'll go to 125. I reckon this will go 130, and that's a 3. Yeah, okay, I guess that's a 2. Bossing. Probably a 3 speed. Hasn't got any extra special speed in it, but it goes 200. Stinger goes a little faster. Start with 3 there. Defense is insane. Playability, very easy. Once you get it going, you just go around and hold your right click and press some buttons. 18. Where's that put it? Yeah, it's that's what I figured. It's probably stronger than Rock Splitter Thorns was for pushing, to be honest. Funnily enough. Overall, B. Pushing, C. Yeah, it's tight. I don't know. I'd have to have a think about Rock Splitter Thorns. It's had a couple of buffs, but nothing that's gonna like... It has, well, I suppose this Epizontic got buffed. These are going to be pretty close. 2, 3, that's a 4 instead of a 3, but that's a 5 instead of a 4. Actually, this is going to lose some speed, so this will be about the same. But that can use the Eagle, so that probably will be a 4. Okay, let's put it just under there then. The thing is, all these other builds, they're just... We've actually got a lot of builds in that 130 to 140 range. All of these will get to 130 to 140 above it. These are 125s. And then overall is just taking into account like movement speed and stuff as well. Off meta, definitely not a pit pusher, that's for sure. It is finished. Sweet as a nut. Okay. Yeah, I had this down as B overall. Yeah. Don't know about Rock Splitter. Rock Splitter didn't push that high before. The buffs to Epizontic and the Thorns buffs isn't going to... Like, it was okay at T12, but it wasn't crazy. I didn't exactly push it extremely high, but 1% didn't get buffed that much in the grand scheme of things. Got a bit more base Thorns, a little bit more damage reduction, and a bit more damage on the bottom. Extra damage in the Thorns board. Epizontic buff. I guess it got a bunch of buffs, but it's... And then you got the mythic variants on top. So yeah, this will probably come up to 125 as well. Maybe. How strong should I be in order to get the Echoing Hatred Portal skin solo? I can't remember how high you have to go. Oh, to do that, you have to take the shrines or something, don't you?
I haven't actually done it. I should do it at some point. You've got to take the shrines in a certain order before certain levels, don't you? I'd have to get a guide for that. I can't remember what the levels are off the top of my head. Specific shrines at specific waves. That's the one, Fantasia. No, that's a good point, Carl. They are quite rare. Yeah, find out exactly what it is you need to do. And if you're not certain you can get to the specific wave, wait until you are, and then just make sure you get it in the right order, I guess. Okay, guys, I think that's probably going to be me tonight. I'm quite tired. I literally was working on guides all day, and I've been working on guides all night, and it's 4:30, and it's baking, and I'm quite sleepy now, and my cat is all over me. So I'm going to have a look to see who's online here. And see if there's someone fun we can go and raid over to. Yeah, Arkar, thanks for jumping in, dude. I appreciate it. I appreciate watching doing guides isn't the most adventurous stuff, but some people like to see what goes on, you know, behind the scenes to creating the builds and whatever. There's not really that many people online, I know, actually, finally. Not in D4 anyway. Oh, here we go. No, there is someone. Ah, this is going to be good. This is going to be a fun one. Oh, yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Nice. I know exactly who we're going to raid. Sweet. All right, let's flip it. Let's go over here. Yeah, no worries, Zach. We can chat on. We've got a chat line going now. You'd like to get to know how to do it. You haven't played a lot, so getting used to it all. Honestly, Arkart, when it comes to these games and build crafting in any ARPG, knowledge is power. The more you know, the easier it is for you to. You need to like know what the things are before you can put them together. You know, it's like having a puzzle in front of you. You need to know what pieces you've got, so you can then put them in the right place to create the puzzle. I know that's a really, really basic like analogy of it all, but it is essentially, that's what this is. We've been given a toolbox of puzzle pieces and we're sort of sticking them together in a way that works or doesn't work, right? So I know there's a bit more to it than that, numbers and mathing and optimizing and whatever, but it's that's essentially what it comes down to. Okay, guys. Everyone that's here today, thank you so much for being here. As always, I really appreciate you. Everyone that's here the whole time. Anyone that's new here, anyone that's been lurking, anyone that came in with the raids and hung around, really do appreciate you and your time. Thank you so much. If anyone hasn't hit the like or subscribe button in my channels, please consider doing so. Really helps me out. Would love to see you again. We'll for sure be blasting on season 14 next week. I should have 14 Spiritborn guides up for you for. Well, hopefully ready for Sunday. 3 leveling guides as well. So there'll be plenty there for you all to dig into from meta to off meta and whatever else you might like. I've got quite a range as well. There are builds I've got that I'm pretty sure no one else will have. And they're actually half decent as well because I've tested them. If anyone wants to get hold of me and talk to me about any of the builds before the season starts, the Discord was just linked in the channels, so feel free to come join there, guys. It is the easiest and best way to get hold of me offline. I do appreciate not everyone's got Discord or wants to join a million Discords, so it's totally fine if you don't want to join. But if you think that'll be useful to you, it is there. So hopefully we'll see some of you there. Thank you, Oldman. I appreciate you being here. All the channels except Twitch, as always, I'm going to be shutting down tonight. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. I really do appreciate you. I hope you have a great rest of your day, whichever time zone you're in. Twitch, I'm going to send you over to someone who also does quite a bit of Spiritborn content, Mr. JDI Rowe. He has 68 followers and a couple of viewers on Twitch right now. He has a bit more of a following on YouTube, though. And he's been in my YouTube channel a few times while I live. So this will be really fun. So I hope some of you will come over, even if it's just for 5 minutes. Please hit him with the emotes, blow his channel up. He's literally got like no one chatting right now. So we can go in there and we can make his day. We'll go and see what crazy Spiritborn stuff he's doing. I can see him doing some Rocksmitter Jaguar stuff right now, which is pretty fun. Yeah, love to show some support, especially to the very few fellow Spiritborn creators that there are, because he does dedicate his time to Spiritborn as well. So it might be of interest to some of you. And yeah, I think that is... next stream. I'm intending to be on tomorrow. And if I am, I will likely do some leveling testing and try and get some leveling guides updated so that they've been started on. So I might do Rake. So we'll see. And yeah, I think that's probably about it for tonight, guys. So yeah, I hope you have a great rest of your day or evening, whichever time zone you're in, guys. Thank you so much again for tuning in. I always really do appreciate you being here. So keep safe, guys. Keep blasting. Much love. And I'll see you tomorrow. Cheers.